It's now 12:30 on April 20th. We're here for the Montecito Board of Architectural Review consent item. We're starting early today because there are 6 items. Is there anybody here for item number C1, 1572 Green Lane, please? Anybody? No? Okay, let's table that. We'll try to circle around. Item C2, 2176 Sycamore Canyon Road. Kevin, are you on, please? Okay, this is working out very well today. Item C3, 817 Romero Canyon Road, please.
Yeah, hi, good afternoon, Chair.
Okay, so item C3, you're on for both preliminary and final. There is a staff memo that had no particular requirements in it. Claire, did you have a chance to review this, please? Yes. Okay, so I did. Do you have any comments, please? No. Okay. Okay, so I noticed that there is a missing reload calc, which I would have expected on final, not preliminary. This is supposed to be the set of drawings that goes to the building department, presumably gets approved and then goes out on site. So it should have all of that stuff on it.
Yeah, there is one on the page you're just on.
There's a reload calc there. There's an FAR calc.
Oh, the FAR calc, the Muilo calc.
Be on the landscape plans, please.
Yeah, and we also have Darren Andre from Ground Studio, our landscape architect.
Okay.
On.
Well, that's fine. You know,
Yeah.
you're on for both preliminary and final. So now I also saw that there were some colors that were strongly suggested, but it's hard for me to, if I were a contractor, if you were given a round the world trip for 5 years and were not permitted to talk to the contractor, how would they know which exact material to use? I think it's fairly easy to add it, but we like right there, particularly some of those dark colors. Would that be possible for you to add specificity to that, please?
Yes.
And is there site lighting on this in this portion of the project, please?
There is not.
Okay. So, okay, so I'm ready to recommend, we do not approve, but I would be ready to recommend preliminary approval with you to come back in 2 weeks with the reload calcs and the colors more clearly specified. Would that be okay with you, please?
Yeah.
Okay, so because it's on for preliminary, the reason we're able to do this in a smaller venue like this is if and only if we ask if there's anybody attending this meeting today that would like to address the board on item C3 817 Romero Canyon Road, please. Anybody, David? Okay, I will ask that question again. It's a requirement of county council. And so I will recommend for preliminary with these items to be picked up on file. Is that okay?
Okay.
Okay, thank you so much. Item C1, you here yet or not, please? Item C1. Item C2, are you here, please? Okay, item C4. Again, there was a memo with planner memo with nothing on. In the memo, again, we're on for preliminary final. Adele, are you on? I thought I saw you.
Yes, she's there. This is Stacy.
Claire, how are you today? Stacy,
I'm doing well, thank you.
good.
Adele, unmute.
That's fine. So Claire, did you have a chance to review this, please? Can you turn on your mic? Yeah, I thought that
Yeah.
this was done well too. So it was unclear to me what color you were proposing for that trellis. It said match existing, but what is that, please?
Oh, the dark wood color.
Is it a wood color painted white?
It's a
Adele?
dark brown.
Dark brown. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's how I saw it.
Yeah, okay, so I would be willing to recommend for both preliminary and final. Would you?
Yes, I'll second that when it's time.
And again, we're on for preliminary county council requires that I ask. Is there anybody attending this meeting that would like to address the board on item C4 1570 East Valley Road, please? Okay,
No.
so thank you. So if you would like to stay on, great. So far, the board has accepted our recommendations, but there's always a first. So thank you very much for your good work, and we will maybe see you in half an hour, 40 minutes when we do this. Item
Okay,
C5,
thank
please.
you.
Thank
Thanks.
you. Hope you guys are doing well.
Yeah.
Item C5, please. 1685 Fernald Point Lane. Chris or Drew, are you on, please?
Drew present, in place of Chris today.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Claire, have you had a chance to
Yes.
review these and comments, please? Any?
I found it to be complete and ready for approval.
And so did I, as submitted. So thank you, Drew, for taking that extra effort to get it all done. Again, we're on for preliminary. County council requires that I ask, is there anybody attending this meeting that would like to address the board on item C4?
No, I think
C5, excuse me, 1685 Fernald Point Lane.
and they're only here for final.
No, they're here for Cleveland final. Oh,
No. The agenda's got it down as final.
my mistake. My mistake.
That's what it says here for final approval.
Okay,
Number
so
5, we're on number 5? Yeah, okay.
thank you, Drew. We will review this at the full board in about, I don't know, half an hour, 40 minutes, something like that, if you want to stay on.
Okay,
This is not, we are not official. We recommend to the full board.
right.
So.
Okay,
Thank you. Item C6, 216 East Mountain Drive. Is there anybody here that's representing that project, please? Okay. Did you happen to have a chance to review these drawings? Please?
Yes, I did review these charts, especially because it's in my neighborhood.
And
And I think it's complete, ready to go.
I do too, with the possible exception, we have had public comment about applicants providing shiny black roofing, metal roofing.
Yeah, we have the material sheet here.
And do you know what the SR or SRI on that material is, please?
The material is charcoal. I don't have the SRI in front of me.
Okay,
Uh,
so,
I can look it up fairly quickly.
okay, please do that. We're running a little early. Let's
Okay.
make sure you're right. You've got it right.
Okay.
And besides that, I thought the project was ready for final
And this one's on.
and for preliminary final. Bill, how are you?
David, do you have anything that I can, I just wiggled my cup and it spilled. Do I have? I did. I know, I'm actually quite loving it. Yeah, no, I mean, a lot of people are, going, whoa, it's really, and I said, I'm going, yeah, I'm really happy with it.
You know.
Yeah, I
you get
know, it's
3
really-
items,
I-
you take some
yeah.
out, you get 6 items, it takes 10 more. Prepared. That's the best part. Oh, you do too, right? Yeah.
Well, thanks, David. Oh, God, David's so great. He
Any
just
luck with that, please?
takes
It's
care of
pulling,
it.
it's moving slow, but
Okay.
You're so good at your job.
You know, Kevin Ward had, he actually had a product that hasn't, that's all it was 28. That's very. Yes. It's actually in the ordinance about reflexivity, so. You can just make it conditional. Yeah. Any luck there, sir?
no, I tried to get on the Wi-Fi here, but it's not working.
Okay, so, I think what I can do is would you be willing to do preliminary final with the applicant to provide a sample that I would review in consort with the planner? Okay. Okay, so sir,
Can I just step outside and look it up?
you can look it up if you want. We're here until 1 o'clock.
Okay,
But if you can't get it, I'm ready to approve the project with the applicant to provide that information to the planner, who would then consult with me as chairman,
okay,
and we'll go over it then. I don't want this to be an obstacle, but I don't
Okay.
want it to be a shiny roof either, so.
Yeah.
Right, okay, so
okay.
if you can come back, that's great. If not, we'll take care. What do you want to do? You want to do it right now? Give it. Okay, so you're on for preliminary final, item number 6. Is there anybody that would like to address the board on item C6 216 East Mountain Drive, please?
No speakers.
So, Claire and I are going to recommend preliminary and final to the full board.
Okay.
With the condition that we just chatted about, so, Kyle. Well,
Okay,
okay,
sounds good.
very good.
Thank you.
Okay, item C1, did anybody decide to come to this, please? Chandler, did you come today, please?
Not yet.
No, they're not required to. So what did you think about item C1, please?
On the site plan, there was no indication of the trees that were to be removed. And there doesn't seem to be a landscape plan. So I was really dealing with just the outdoor area, and then
Our comments as a full board last time is landscape plan not required.
I saw that. That I was gonna, I did see that in the minute. Did somebody, why did that happen? How did that happen? I mean, that's kind of where that's why I've got the question mark here. It was like,
Well,
I mean, it's in the minutes, but who, I mean, these are the minutes that we're actually gonna approve today, but, I mean, do you remember somebody
Yeah.
saying that?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, because I think for me, as the landscape.
David
person,
doesn't make things up. He may misunderstand something, but he doesn't make it up.
No, I know, he wrote it down in the minutes, and I got that, but. I
So
was
do you
curious-
still
I'm
think that we
curious.
need to know about that? So,
Well, the things that I said was, is there a lighting plan? Is there a landscape? Okay, and neither of those things were in the packet, but you're reading that, I had a question.
My sense was that it was small enough and back hidden, and there was perimeter landscaping throughout the entire project,
Yes,
so that it probably doesn't matter really.
okay, that's fine. That's fine. I was just sort of,
So given that, I would be ready to do preliminary final on final, sir. Oh, okay. Would you be willing
yes,
to?
yeah. that's-
Okay, again, we're on for preliminary, so is there anybody attending the Zoom conference that would like to address the board on item C1, 1572 Green Lane, please?
No speakers for this item.
Okay. And item C2, so we will recommend preliminary final as submitted. Item C2 for final. Kevin, did you make it today? Okay, so Kevin did not have, I don't know why, but the color samples in his drawings.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, we have a raised hand. Ms. Klein?
Yes, I'm the landscape architect for C2. We should probably wait for Kevin, but if you have any questions, I am here.
Okay, excellent. There was no color board. David and I chatted about it, and Kevin was able to submit it. I was somewhat concerned about the reflectivity of the roof, but he demonstrated to me that it was okay. And besides that, I'm ready to approve this plan unless there are other comments. Claire?
There's no landscape, there were in the file, there was no landscape plan. Okay,
Okay.
so that's where my biggest thing is. I've got notes on that. And then,
Well, we have the landscape architect, so ma'am,
yeah, but I don't have a plan to look at.
so could you tell us about the plan, please? Do you know why it didn't end up with us today?
I do not. It's a pretty comprehensive plan set from landscape, so
File.
it's a shame it hasn't been submitted.
Well, the world is not perfect, so you feel that you can review it in consultation with the planner, or do you want to come back?
I want to come, if we're doing it for preliminary, I want.
No, we're on for final.
Oh, we're only on for final. Well, I have a number of other issues.
Okay, please, what are your issues, please?
Okay, well, no landscape plan. I don't, there are walls that range from 8 feet tall to 11 feet tall. And there's so big, not having a landscape plan, I want to know, what they're doing to screen those walls. And because I didn't have a landscape plan, there's no screening along the west side property line. And I have a question about, did the fire department approve the position of the gate, because it's much closer to the road than normally. So I have a whole lot of things.
Yeah, so I can respond to some of that. We're not doing a gate any longer, so we're fine with fire. There's no gate. And we aren't, I think the tallest wall is 5 feet. So, and we have significant screening. If you did,
Okay,
if you-
so I don't think I would, through no fault of yours, okay?
yes.
I don't think that it would be responsible for us to recommend final approval to the full board without careful examination of this plan, not something very quick. I have every confidence that it will be done very well, but we need to have a plan to do that. So I don't feel that I would have any choice but to recommend to continue this to the next meeting. And then your planner,
Is the planner here? I mean, I can send the plans right now. I mean, I know you want more time to review, but I could send them right now.
So David, can you roughshod this next week and make sure everything's in there? We didn't get the color board originally. We didn't get this plan originally. Make sure that everything's done.
I will make sure that the planner, make sure everything gets
There
done.
you go. That's all we can ask. I apologize for not being able to review this. Again, the world is not perfect, but there's too much missing at this point, and I don't think it's your fault, but Approve it. You know you can be in the building department, right?
No, I didn't know that.
Yes.
We can submit to building?
Yeah.
At risk?
Yeah,
Great. Okay.
you know, not wanting to slow you up at all.
Okay. That's great news. I didn't know about. I'll communicate to Kevin.
Okay, thank you very much for your patience with us about this. Okay, so that's everything. Yes. Oh, excellent. What's your number, buddy?
So SR is 0.3, SRI 31.
Apologies to interrupt. The last item, Kevin Moore is here now as well.
Yeah, I don't think it matters. Kevin, thank you for getting that color board over. Your very good, but I don't see that we can approve this through no fault of your team. We didn't.
Okay. So
Okay.
what's the issue?
We did not get the drawings, could not review them. We're gonna ask to see the plans. We're gonna ask to see just the landscape plan. We need the whole package, but for the landscape plan in 2 weeks, please.
Okay, that was submitted, so I'm confused why you're not able to review that.
There's a difference between submitted to one portion of the county's planning department and us receiving them.
Okay, so that's
You
pretty
can-
frustrating.
Yes, you can go into the building department.
Okay,
And
there's
I-
nothing you can do at this point to just approve what was already reviewed at the preliminary stages. There's nothing that's changed other than an addition of irrigation details and some other details, which are pretty standard.
Kevin, we want to see the final plans. I apologize. It's not your fault. It's not ours, but we have to be thorough in our work. Okay?
I mean, in the
Okay.
package that we saw and that we reviewed, there was no landscape plan.
Yes,
Yeah, so
so through no fault of yours, we get that.
had nothing to do with you. There was a breakdown that it didn't, never got put into our package of stuff to review. So
So Kevin, I have asked David, our representative going back to the planning department to make sure that it happens for next week.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I've checked the case file and I don't see plans that include landscape or other details. So need to make sure that the agent emails those directly to Alejandro Jimenez and we'll get them in the next round.
Everybody.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so. We're okay. So that's it. Okay, so that ends the consent calendar. Thank you. We will pick this up in,
so that one was.
6 minutes.
Approved that one.
yeah, we're gonna approve that, recommend approval.
That's it. That's it.
Yes,
And then,
No, yes, it's
and
it.
then we're continuing
one,
to, oh, I thought it was two, but whatever,
two.
two, yeah. Is that correct? Yeah, we're continuing two to the next hearing. And that will be a full board hearing or a consent?
No, consent.
Oh, on consent. Okay.
Okay, it is now 1 o'clock on April 20th, 2023. This is the Montecito Board of Architectural Review. First item on the agenda is public comment for an item that's not on the agenda. Is there anybody either via Zoom or here in the audience that would like to address the board, please?
No requests for general public comment.
Excellent. Agenda status report. David, anything?
Nothing today.
Okay, minutes of the 26th. Has anybody got any comments about the minutes, please?
No.
Oh, anybody minutes?
I don't think so.
Okay,
Just finding.
at the very top under public comments, John Emanuel commented on the effect of black. It was actually on the effect of shiny black. And I think we should add that for clarity. And then under item 4, Chung will not present. Will not be present. Disclaimer, please. And I think, okay, so this was Tom Oshner's project over there. That was on a steep slope with a driveway and all that. Reduce amount of hardscape and pole structure back from east and west property lines. Clearly west property line, but
Not the east.
does anybody remember the east property line being a problem?
No,
Which number are we on?
Number 4, comment number 4.
it's the west property.
That's what, Dave, do you remember? Were you here?
No, I don't remember,
Yeah,
This was the one that had the very steep driveway.
it was
Just
pushed
the
up
west.
against
Okay,
it.
so let's get rid of east. He had a concrete deck over on that side, if I remember.
oh, yeah, that's the one that.
There was,
straight- right on
I
the
take
street.
that back, John. There was a sidewalk that walked on the west that we said that we wanted.
The
him
east
to-
side, yeah, but it says here structure.
No,
I wouldn't call the sidewalk a structure.
no,
So somebody did comment about that sidewalk, but what
It
is
was-
it that what correctly reflects what we did at the meeting? please?
Reduce amount of hardscape and pull structure back from.
Mr. Chair, would it have been the southern property line? My vague recollection is discussion about the garage structure.
Well, that was the west property line.
That's the west property line, excuse me.
the east, we did comment about the side,
We
that
talked about the
stairway, and there wasn't enough room between it and the property line for a landscape buffer. That's what I remember. Yeah. So, I don't remember exactly how we worded it, but
Okay, may I make the following proposal? Reduce amount of hardscape and pull structure back from west property line. Relocate sidewalk next to east property line. How's that? Is everybody okay with that? Or consider,
So we-
reduce, maybe, reduce width,
no, just.
because he had a golf cart path. or
Oh,
something.
that's what I did. Study sidewalk on east property line.
Isn't it the west?
Or
No, for the sidewalk, the cart
Yeah,
path
cart path.
that
drove
was
down.
going down the right.
My memory is the house was on the east and the path was on the west.
No, backwards.
Do I have it backwards? So, yep.
So are we adding a statement or we added it into the 7?
Let's just add it into the same.
Yeah.
That is all I have. Are there any other comments, please? I'd like to move for approval of the minutes of April 6th,
I'll
and my words are as amended, not as
second,
corrected.
I'll second that.
Any further discussion, please? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, item number 4, Tip will be out today. Anybody got something? Members informational briefing, please. No. Anybody?
I'll be out for the last one.
Okay, and Elida, you're out on one of these, right? Which number, please?
Number 5, I think.
Okay, okay. Anybody else? Okay. Okay, staff update. Anything, David, Kimberly, please?
Nothing from me.
Okay.
Nothing from me either, thank you.
Montecito consent agenda. We had 6 items today, some no-shows, some late shows. Item C1. We are going to recommend approval as submitted. Clear?
And I will second that.
Is there any discussion about that? Okay, it is on for preliminary approval, so is there anybody attending this meeting that would like to address the board on item C1, 1572 Green Lane, please?
No requests.
And we have a motion, correct?
Yes.
All those in favor, please? Aye. All those opposed? Okay, through absolutely no fault of the applicant, we did not get a full set of drawings. We have chatted with him and her, landscape architect and, or architect and landscape architect. Respectively. And we'd like to continue this item to the next consent item, next consent agenda. And I will move it to that effect. Sarah, do you have a second for that?
I will take out second that, but I want to be clear on the statement that we did not get drawings. We only got drawings of the building, but we did not get drawings.
Okay. So we have a motion and second. Okay, it's on for final, so we do not have to ask for public comment. All those in favor, please? Aye. All those opposed. Item number C3. Robin Donaldson's project at 817 Romero Canyon Road. It was on for both preliminary and final. We are willing to give it a preliminary, but there were some items missing, including specificity of the colors. And there were no wheel counts, and some of the other things with the landscaping probably were not completely done. So Claire, would you be willing to make a second to my preliminary motion? Please. And it is on for preliminary. Is there anybody attending this meeting that would like to address the board on item C3, 817 Romero Canyon Road, please?
No request to speak on this
Aye.
item.
All those in favor, please? Aye. All those opposed, please. Item number C4. This is Adele Yamada and Stacy, can't remember the last name, project. Is the trellis. If everybody remembers, this again was on for preliminary and final. I think Claire and I both felt that this project was very well done and complete as submitted. To that end, I would move for preliminary and final as submitted.
Oh, okay.
And you were gonna do the, yeah, I probably out of order here, but are you gonna second it?
Yeah, I'll second it.
Again, we're on for preliminary. Is there anybody that would like to address the board on item number C4, 1570 East Valley Road, please?
No request to speak.
All those in favor, please. Aye. All those opposed, please. Okay. Item C5, 1685 Fernald Point Road. They came back for final only. We felt that it was fine as submitted, and at that point, I will move for final approval as submitted.
And I'll second that.
We do not need public comment on final only. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed, please. Number C6. Okay, so we did get specificity on one item that we were a little concerned about, but that was fine as submitted. So I would like to move for final approval on item number 6, 216 East Mountain Drive for both preliminary and final. Well, we are on for preliminary, so is there anybody that would like to address the board on item C6216 East Mountain Drive, please?
No request to speak.
All those in favor, please.
Aye.
All those opposed. Okay, thank you, everybody. We are now on the regular agenda. Yeah, I think 6 may be an all-time record on consent calendar. We'll see. Okay, so item number 1410 Greenworth Place. Is there anybody here for that, either on Zoom or with us today? You are here for comments or as applicants? If you'd like, please. Welcome.
Thank you. Michael Porter, architect and applicant for the project. This set of plans was submitted and we've just gotten our initial feedback letters. So we've got a couple of setback corrections in terms of delineation and some further articulation of some items, but we'll just walk you through this. So this is simply there we go. Here's the cul-de-sac at the end of Greenworth Place. This is the handsets kind of circular drive with the palm in the center, their existing house, and some accessory buildings that lie out here. There is an easement for the utilities, overhead power lines here. One of the things that we are correcting in terms of initial feedback is there's an existing unpermitted carport / garage that's in this location as dashed. And there's some existing tree houses and storage pieces back in here that are also unpermitted. And those are proposed to be removed. We're replacing a new garage. So a permitted garage here, there's currently no, other than surface parking, there's no garage associated with this parcel. This is about 790 some odd square feet and meets setback requirements. It's outside of the easement. If I could have, I guess the elevations would be good. Yeah, there we go. So simply, we're matching the house in terms of character. It's got a 5 and 12 roof pitch, the overhangs, the siding, the coloration, all that's intent. The intent there is to match the existing house. I think my next sheet has all the, yeah, there we go. So you can see the edge of the circular driveway, where this small little palm is, and there you can barely see in the back the unpermitted garage and the other unpermitted structures. And the rest of the photos just simply indicate what the character of the existing house is. This house was one of the original houses in Montecito in this neighborhood. I can't remember the original date, but there's some of the structures date from 1900, including a barn and accessory building. So you can see the parking situation currently, and then this is just looking back towards Greenwood Place. So I don't have really anything else to add. Be happy to take questions.
We appreciate your brevity. Okay, so we are going to ask questions, then ask if there's public comment, then make our comments and figure out what to do next. So questions, let's start with Robert. Anything, please? Any questions?
No questions.
Bill?
Plate height, what's the plate height for that?
Current plate height at the house is 10'3". So we're going to match that same plate height and the same roof pitch.
And your window head heights, are those matching the house as well?
I'll double check that because they are all 6'8", but we'll look at that because with a 10-foot plate height. But I don't think any of the doors were greater than 6'8".
And that style of window is matching the house. Then.
Yes.
All right, that's all. Thanks.
Claire, please.
What is the roof material?
It's the current roof material on the house is shake, so
Is pardon?
shake,
Shape. And this is going to match that.
exactly.
And my other question was, I think you said that this was gonna match the color of the house, but what is the color of the house?
Can we go back to the,
It was just hard to see in the photographs,
it's
it's
a
dark.
dark brown stain,
a
yes,
brown stain. Okay,
dark.
thank you.
Is that it?
Okay.
A lighter, please.
I know you had mentioned, can we go to the site plan again, please? You had mentioned that you and the planner are on the same page about the easement of this on the right-hand side of this building on the plan.
You mean,
That's, I had a question.
no, what I talked about originally when we consulted with one of the planners, the determination was the front setback is, as you know, 50 feet or 20 feet from the pavement. So that's, we all agree on that. This is a side yard here,
That was the one I'm
and
concerned.
this is another side yard. So these are 10 and 10. The planner determined that the rear yard is this line, and so this will be 25 feet. So that puts you, that setback will be in the center of the easement. And so what the planners are currently believing is that there's 25 feet setback from here, 25 feet setback from here, 25 feet setback from here.
Thank you.
Is that it?
Yes. thank you.
David, please. Dave, please.
Yes, is there a historical survey that's required for your project?
Wasn't required in terms of our initial feedback on it. So
And is there existing plant screening on your property between the proposed garage and the property?
let's see, hard to see in this photo, but there is a line of, well, let's go to the site plan for a second. Thank you. A little over. Great. So there is, you can see, Dave, that here's the circular part of the drive, right? And so between the edge of this place, this unpermitted garage carport and the front property line is pretty densely landscaped. There's hedges and whatnot, and some low scale shrubs and smaller plant material in there. And so there's a zone here, that sort of triangulated zone there, where we're gonna have to add landscaping. So we're gonna have to reorganize the drive and take away concrete.
Thanks.
Fire department, have you gone and chatted with them? It looks like you are decreasing their ability for a turnaround.
Have not talked to the fire department, but as I mentioned, this piece has to be removed.
Well, please chat with the fire department. It used to be form follows function. Now it's form follows fire department. So,
I'll tell Mies that.
and then the shake, wood shake,
It is wood shake now.
wood fire rating.
We'd have to do an assembly that would meet the fire rating, but
Okay,
it's one thing I'll check with the fire department, and
very good.
otherwise.
okay, public comment. There was a letter. Is he or she here with us today? Did you write the letter, please? Would you like to address the board or would you like us to read it in? You don't get both. What?
I would-
Oh, boy. Okay. Really? Okay, okay. Okay, here we go. Dr. Athena, I'm gonna truncate this a little bit to try to keep things moving. Okay. Dr. Athena Philippides. Okay, and can you show us, are you north, south, east, or west of the property, please? Which is to the right? Okay, very good, excellent. And now back to that letter, please. Okay, multiple issues that this neighbor would like to bring up. Excessive height and visual impact of the garage. At 1510, the height of the garage is out of character with the neighborhood and with the current structure at 1410 Greenwood Place. The roof angle is greater than the main residence and is significantly greater than the structure labeled in the site plan as existing art studio. An additional consequence of the excessive height of the proposal three-car garage project is to cast large shadows and darkness onto the 1420 Greenworth Place property. Is that yours, ma'am? Okay. Finally, the placement of the garage coupled with its excessive height will dominate the view from the cul-de-sac, which again is out of character for the neighborhood. We kindly request the proposed structure be reduced in height and story plate. Inaccurate site plan. The site plan provided by Michael Patrick Corbin, the owner of Henseth Family Trust, has multiple errors and omissions, which does not allow for a reasonable analysis of the current project or the square footage of each structure to be determined for FAR calculations. These include, but are not limited to, A, multiple unpermitted structures and additions to existing structures are not shown. This includes the disclosed unpermitted structure labeled as carport, the non-disclosed unpermitted structures, garage and shed adjacent to the carport, and non-disclosed unpermitted additions to other structures on the property. B, indication of an SEC pole on the site plan, correct placement of easements throughout the property, correct setback for SEC poles located on the property. It should be noted that a previous transformer fire has occurred on the property. The unpermitted garage labeled as carport on the site map blocks access to this pole and transformer. And E, and finally, correct front, side, and rear setbacks to be shown for entire property. Flooding and drainage. During rain, significant volumes of water flow from the Henseth property, causing flooding concerns. Multiple properties have been negatively impacted. This drainage issue is magnified by the significant area of non-porous parking surface combined with runoff from the multiple unpermitted structures, additions, and associated concrete foundations. We respectfully request that NBAR examine the increased drainage impact of the proposed three-car garage, recommend removal of unpermitted concrete foundations, and replacement of non-porous parking and driveway areas with porous surfaces. Neighborhood and community concerns. During the review of this project, we respectfully request that NBAR and the county consider the indifference and disregard that the applicants have shown for the permit process. Together with the oversight of NBAR, respect for the permit process enhances the quality of life for the entire Santa Barbara community. Jay Henseth, local contractor and owner of Henseth Construction Corporation, and Sally Henseth, local real estate agent, are both fully aware of the County of Santa Barbara's permit process and requirements. The sheer number of unpermitted structures, additions that are currently present on the property, combined with multiple deficiencies in the present application, flies in the face of the high quality of the surrounding neighborhood and the minds of the community. Is that it? Thank you. Okay, is there anyone else that would like to address the board on this issue, please? Yes, sir. Up to the mic, please. We need to get you recorded, please. You have 3 minutes when you get started, please.
My name is Alex Weinstein. I live to the south side of the Hansett residence, and we are fine with the diagrams and what they're proposing, although it would be nice if the height was a little bit lower, but we're perfectly fine with what they're proposing and are accepting of these diagrams. Although, as I said, it would be nice if the height were lower.
Thank you very much. Anybody else, please? Yes.
Yes, my name is Jay Hanseth. I'm the owner of 14.
Very good, thank you.
Currently, on the ocean side of the property, which is the 10-foot setback bordering the Athena property, there's currently a 12-foot tall pittosporum hedge. Her property is about approximately 4 feet lower than our driveway. Also, our plate height, as she contradicted, is the same exact plate height as our existing home. Our roof material is asphalt, mineral asphalt. It's not wood chip. And we will be matching it. The drainage that is occurring currently on the property, she sits below us. With us controlling the amount of rainfall that will land on the roof of the proposed garage, we will be able to control that flow into gutters, downspouts that will come back out onto the surface and out onto the street and not be flowing into her property at all. Currently, none of the water flows into her property. We are surrounded, as you can see, our property, we are a cul-de-sac on the north, the east, and the west side of the property. Not the west side, but the east side and the north side. All those properties are 1 acre properties, and that water flows from all sides onto our property. We've controlled the flow of that water down the east side of the property, and it comes out onto Greenworth Place through our driveway. We've controlled it. And many of the neighbors are amazed at the amount of water that we have handled from the 3 sides of our property.
You have 1 minute more, please.
Okay. But regardless, we have a tall hedge. We are constrained by easements on 2 sides. This is the only viable spot for our garage. And unlike Athena and her family who park on the street in the cul-de-sac, we are trying to eliminate street parking. No one else in our area parks on the street except them. Also, many of the other structures in the neighborhood are 2-story and significantly higher than our 15-foot-8. So in fact, the Weinsteins who are next door are 2-story. The people adjacent on the east side are 2-story. So we are surrounded on 2 sides by 2-story structures.
Can you please wrap it up, please?
Yeah, I'm done.
Very good, thank you. Okay, is there anybody else that would like to address the board on item 1, 1410 Greenworth Place, please? Okay, I'm going to close public comment. Now we're back to the board for comments. We are on for conceptual review. Robert.
I have been to this house before and I'm curious, is it really a 5 and 12 roof? It looks flatter, but that, and I could see if it made a difference going to a 9 or 9.5 foot plate and a 4 and 12 roof, for instance, to take a foot or 2 out of it. But given that hedge, but without being on the neighbor's property, I'm not sure if it would help or not. That's it.
So anything specific? You made some comments about existing conditions. Do you have any recommendations, or are you willing to accept this as?
Well,
do you need more information, please?
I would need more information as to, are there as-built of the house that would verify that 5 and 12 there? And if so, I can see going 5 and 12 on the garage, but I can also see lowering that to a 4 and 12 and lowering the plate to about 9 feet if it would make a difference. And I think if it's really a contentious thing that close to the property line, I don't know that story poles wouldn't be a bad idea. Just for 2 poles, it's not that hard.
Okay, thank you very much for the specificity. Bill, please.
Yeah, I agree with what Robert's saying. I think if you go to those elevations, David, proportion to me feels a little tall and awkward there. I know it's because you're dealing with a 6'8" window head height, 7'0" maybe on the door garage doors, but yeah, it feels tall. I'd be happier certainly seeing it as a 9. I know 10 is great if you want to do storage, so I think I'd have to see some arguments or some support, whether as Robert recommended story poles. Certainly, I think important to probably show landscaping there on that east side so that we could see how well it screens that neighbor. And the other, as if you go back to the site plan there, one of the things I was wondering about, you've got that large palm tree in a circle. I don't know if the circle is a paved area or not, but it looks like it might encroach into where you're getting in and out of that garage. Maybe it doesn't, I don't know, but it looked like it might be pinching there. And if that garage was rotated, would that help your access in and out of that door so that it wasn't particularly pushed up against the property line, edge to edge, that it could rotate counterclockwise potentially or something, and maybe that might help relieve some of the landscape, the screens from the neighbor, and potentially make it easier access. Materials, I'm glad you're matching the house, so I don't have any problem with that. Windows and doors, colors all look good. I think it's really just the height at this point for me. Annoyingly.
Claire. Please.
I just, we're in questions?
Comments.
Oh, we're in comments. Well, there was something that was proposed, was asked about, by the neighbor. And I'd like to go back to the site plan and, because she several times, alluded to non-permitted buildings. Do those show on this plan or not? Are there
She claims no.
unpermitted?
Yes, please.
Yeah,
but
I'm just
please,
curious
sir.
about that statement and
All right.
where those are those non-permitted buildings on this plan?
Let him ask.
The answer is there's the one that's the carport, and that's unpermitted. Then
And that one you're removing.
that is correct.
Yes.
And then there's additional unpermitted structures, some of which are under 120 square feet, that are behind, adjacent to the oak tree. And those have been articulated on our response back to our initial feedback. We've dimensioned those. And those are all those structures, be they less than 120 or otherwise, are in our response back to the initial feedback letter. So they're all to be removed. So all the unpermitted structures are being removed.
Got it.
Anything else?
Let me see. Let's count it. So, when you return, yeah, I wanted to ask about the tree that's being removed sort of in the middle of, I guess, from the middle of the driveway. What species is that? What kind of tree are you removing?
We can go back to the photos, our sheet. Yeah, so it's.
Oh, it's there.
Yeah.
That's what we're.
And you see that there's plant, there's the greenery that's here,
So all of that is going away.
right, including the circle. So,
Okay.
one of you asked about whether, let's go, well, I can show it right here. That whole circle and the drive configuration is going away. So there wouldn't be any need, there wouldn't be any pinch point on the garage as it's currently located.
Got it. Okay.
Okay,
I think that's all.
Elida, please, comments.
Well, I was satisfied with the easement carving on that right side of the building. I hadn't seen the letter from the neighbor before, and I will bow to the chair as to how he wants to deal with looking this out with the neighbor, so this will be a peaceful neighbor. That's all.
Dave, please.
A lot of those issues in the neighbor's letter aren't the purview of this board, and I've asked the applicant to work that out with the plan and resolve those issues, any structures that are, I think some of these things are going to be shown next time around. But just be sure to clarify the drainage and non-permit structures and all those issues. I'm going to agree with Robert and Bill that my concern for the project is the height of it. Usually an accessory structure close to the property line like that, we'd like to see the height of the structure lower. So if we need more information to justify this, I would suggest a site section showing existing and proposed landscaping to screen the project from the neighbor and really justify your position. But I would prefer that you lower it. The fact that it matches the existing structure is great. Just provide us more documentation of the existing structure so we know that next time.
Okay. My sense of these drawings is that you are correct in providing a brief set of drawings at the concept level. But I think you need to fill them in at this point. I think you need to show the existing structures to be removed. That'll be part of the work. It needs to be on the plans. I think you need to show us the landscaping. One of the things that I believe makes Montecito is the perimeter landscaping, and there's no indication of that. I'm not saying you don't have it, but please put it on the plan so that we can understand that. And if you want to follow that up with photographic documentation that makes your case that we have a 12-foot high wall hedge there, please go ahead and do that. The more information we have, the easier it is for us to make assessments. I think that the fire department needs to have a visit right away. It's amazing how projects have changed when applicants have talked to the fire department. And I tend to agree that an accessory structure can be a modest structure. And if you need more height inside, perhaps a scissor truss or something of that nature, rather than flat, will get you some of the height that you're looking for the lower plate line. So we are on concept. There is no motion. So thank you very much. Neighbors, you will not receive another notification from the board. If you want to receive it, talk with David, give him an email address. You will get on the master list and you will get agendas every other week, and it's your responsibility to monitor. Okay. Thank you all for coming. Item number 2, please. Again, we're on for concept. Kurt, are you with us? So this project is 1123 Camino Viejo.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Kurt Magnus, architect on this project.
Is your mic on? Yeah, speak up a little, please.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Okay, so this is a relatively simple project. We're just adding to a master bathroom closet in the back of the house. It's shown in black in the side yard there. There's a fair amount of landscaping all around. I guess scroll to the photos maybe. There's no photos. It was in a different file, sorry. Anyway, the house itself is 1 story, plaster, white, off-white, synthetic slate roof, 4 and 12 pitch. We're just matching the pitch. The windows are a low one, high quality window, long breakups. The colors, this is a kind of that classic, white plaster look, dark roof, black or bronze windows. That's very popular these days. So it's pretty simple.
Are you finishing up your presentation here?
Well, if you don't have the photos, I guess.
Okay.
I have photos here, but nobody wants to see them. The house is set back from Camino Viejo, and there's I don't know if you guys driven by there, but it's old sandstone walls with a big hedge. So it's just you can't really see what's going on from anywhere other than maybe the neighbor. The landscaping is mature. The owners have a landscape, crew that comes in and makes everything nice. So right now in that area is, I think, is like a dog run from the previous owner.
Dave, could you go on out and ask him to the way? Please. Thank you. Go ahead, Kurt. Thank you.
Sorry, apologize for those photos. I thought I sent you.
That's
some.
fine.
So it's pretty straightforward, I don't want to waste your time.
Did you have a chance to do the FAR worksheet, which was not on the plans?
I did it and I roughed it out, and right now it's the floor area of the building is around 3,034 square feet. We're adding 200 and some square feet. So the floor area FAR now is 76 and we're going to 82.
Okay, excellent. Are you done, please?
Yes.
Okay, questions, please. Elida.
Those photos are helpful, but can you tell me the material and the height of the screening material on the east side of the property?
Screen material.
The planting.
Oh, yeah. It's a ficus hedge. It's about 6 feet high on one side and 6 to 8 feet high. So it's pretty dense.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Dave, please. Dave, are you back there? Dave.
No questions.
Robert. Robert?
Yeah, it's pretty dense. It's that ficus material.
Okay, no more questions.
The owners contacted them and they didn't seem to be concerned.
Bill, please.
Kurt, are you removing any trees or plants to put this in, or is that where the AC unit is on?
Yeah, right.
Oh, so it's like a dog run almost. It's
Right,
like
concrete dog run where it has a wrought iron fence with
fence around it. Okay.
some vines growing on it, which will be removed. We're going to replace the ground landscape around with similar materials that are already there, lavenders and stuff.
Thanks.
Claire, please.
Is the colors and the materials on the outside of the building of the new addition consistent with the existing building?
Yes, we're going to match everything.
Everything is going to match.
Everything is going to match it all.
Perfect. That was my question.
And I have no questions. Public comment. Is there anybody that would like to address the board on item number 21123 Camino Viejo, please?
So if you're on Zoom, go ahead and raise your hand if you want to speak on this item, and I'll call on you. Not seeing any hands.
Very good, excellent. Close public comment. Comments and where you think this project ought to go next, please. Elida.
I have no comments to make, and I don't know why we can't move this right along to preliminary plan.
On,
Oh, consent would be fine.
does anybody else have anything to add, please? Kurt, the next time we see you, it will be on the consent calendar. Make sure everything is done. Claire and I have been on the boards a long time. It's quicker, but we are picky. So please
I know
make sure.
that.
Yeah, good. So please get the FAR worksheet, the details, all the stuff. I think we deserve some kind of description on the perimeter landscaping.
Yes,
It's very generous, but can you get it on the plans?
yes, I
please?
will. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much. See you in whatever it takes. Thanks, Kurt. Okay, so thank you, everybody, for moving along. Item number 3. We have several comment letters here. This is 819 Ashley Road. William, are you here? William, you're up.
This is a big deal to see all in person. Amazing. Yeah, see, it's just making good use of the in-person. Anyway, I'm William.
Can you give us the history of this property when you get started, please?
I will, thank you. So I'm William Hefner, Carl Krass, and I are the architects for the project today, and also Bob Irvine is theoretically on Zoom, but I don't know if that's the case.
I'm here, William.
Anyway, so we're in the project. The history of this project, it was reviewed and approved by you. We had a building permit, and I'm going to my cheat sheet. Carl, can you help me on the number of meetings and staff that we have?
William?
Yes.
Yes, so this is Bob Irvine, a part of the design team. We met with you originally in October of 2015, and we had 3 conceptual design review presentations followed by 4 preliminary review presentations. Final review, we were approved in May of 2016, so about a 7-month design review period. The land use permit was issued subsequently in May of 2016, and building permits were issued 3 or 4 weeks after that. And I want to make sure everyone understands that counter to the project description that was on the meeting agenda, all site work, all rough grading was completed in June of 2021. So there is no cut and fill regarding this project.
And
So
septic
William,
system.
So William, what happened to that permit, please?
Okay, so I just add one other note. Was story pulled at the time before approval. We installed the septic system, and the owner elected not to proceed with the project right away, and eventually decided to sell the property and sold it to a new party. So that's what happened. So it sat in limbo, the grading and the septic system installed, but not past that.
No vested interest because no concrete was built.
Possibly.
Correct.
This is a new design.
It's the same exact design that you approved and was permitted before. So we're just proceeding with that. Should I walk you quickly through the site plan floor plan and then, okay. Let's do that. It's a, I'll just maybe skip to a site plan.
For those that haven't been on the site, as you come off of Sycamore Canyon, go up Ashley, you make a very hard right. You then go down into the creek. And when you start coming up, one property later on the left-hand side is this property. So, and it's up on the hill.
Exactly. Sits up on a hill. It has a driveway that's mostly installed that scoops around to the right-hand side, an auto court at the top with a 3-car garage, and then a transitioning grade up about 3 feet to the main house level. The house is 1 story through in kind of a U-shaped courtyard plan, with a partial 2nd story on the upper right corner of it, the northeastern corner of it. And then there's a pool house and pool at the back toward the north of it. It enjoys views towards the mountains. There's a kind of large level pad when you get up the driveway. The design is sort of a modern design with materials that are sort of rustic, but also blend with the landscape in terms of colors and stone and that. So anyway, so that's the overall. We have a detailed landscape plan too. Maybe we could skip by some. It's the pool house. Sheet number, no. I was just going to scroll to a landscape plan, but otherwise the lots of work. Yeah, it's a fully engineered set of plans. Oh, there one more. I think we'll have it. There's green. Anyway, so it has full landscape plan as well. Mostly native and tolerant type planting, except for the lawn. So
Okay, are you done with your
I'm
presentation?
done with the presentation.
Very good. Okay, so questions, Claire?
Played over and after. So this design is the original design. You're just, because you're just gonna come in and rebuild or build that design. Is that
Exactly.
correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay,
Like I said, it's the same. It's the design you approved. It's the design we engineered and pulled the building permit for. So it's the same thing.
right, yeah, I was
Yes.
just trying to get it, I was kind of confused as whether this was a new plan or an old plan, but
No.
this is what didn't get built
Right.
in the beginning, and now you're back as a different builder and different architect,
Same architect.
same architect.
Yeah,
different
we're
owner.
doing it. The building. I mean, we're the architect. We just have a different client.
Okay,
The land changed hands and things.
okay, then I have no questions.
Dave, please.
Are there going to be any changes proposed to the design for the new client? Or are you doing it exactly for the project that was approved?
We're moving some interior walls and things for them likely, but nothing that affects.
William, may I also make a comment?
Yes.
Yeah, to the board, the only changes to the site that are 2 that were required by Montecito Fire. They asked us to widen the entry drive a few feet, and they also asked us to slightly enlarge the motor court to accommodate current apparatus requirements. That's it.
And are there going to be any code required changes to the building?
That's a question for Carl.
We are currently doing that with our consultants, but nothing has come up so far. Those are my questions. Thanks.
Bill, questions?
What's the second floor plate on the garage? The second story, what's the plate height? Is it like 10 feet?
Oh, the plate
It's
height?
11 feet on the first floor, and then 10 feet, 10, 11 and 10. Okay. So the overall height of that second floor ridge is probably about 24, 6, I think. Was that the piece that was story pulled on? Is that the part that you story pulled way back when?
The house shape was story pulled.
Oh, it was, but
Yeah,
not
the whole thing.
Oh, the whole thing, including the second.
Yes. That was always part of the design.
Okay. All right, that was all I had.
Robert.
No questions.
Elida,
Dan, can we go back to the site plan, please?
Do you mean the one with the green on it, the landscape one?
No.
No, just the site plan. Okay, here. Okay.
So the red dashed line, I'm assuming that is for the fire truck? What is that
The red dash line are
coming off?
previous driveway cuts. I believe they show previous driveway cuts. Is that
That's
right?
correct. That's correct.
Previous driveways.
Oh, that's the previous, okay, perfect.
Uh-huh.
How many, because it's little or no parking, how many cars can you get parked into that? most
Oh,
court?
quite a few, 5, 2 more. I mean, I think if you block the garages, you could get easily another 10 without going tandem. So it's a large auto court.
And have you thought about hedging material yet, privacy hedging, is that been?
Yes, that's on the landscape plan. I think a good bit of the perimeter kind of hedging is all bay laurel, but I haven't seen it. But yes, we could dig, but we did have that all specified before.
And what about removals of trees? Because there's nothing, no.
We weren't removing any trees. Since the time, in the last couple of years, a couple of the trees have fallen down, a couple of the oaks that need to be cleaned up, but otherwise there's no planned tree removal.
And the entry gate, are you planning on having that being automated?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And lastly, I was looking at the lighting plan and I noticed that there weren't any specified lights for trees. Will that be changed down the road? Will that be added?
I don't think so. You know, at the time, tree lighting was pretty unpopular, so we didn't do a lot of it.
I know, but for better or worse, it's more popular now. Will that be?
I don't believe so. I mean, I think the new owner, we made them aware of the restriction, so we haven't discussed it. So.
That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Kimberly, you there?
I am indeed.
Am I to assume that from a legal point of view, this is a brand new application?
Yes, this is a brand new application.
And so previous approvals are nice things to suggest that they have, but it really has no bearing on today's meeting. Is that correct?
Nope, it's subject to all of the standards and analysis as for today.
Say that again, please. I didn't hear.
It's subject to all of the current standards, policies, and regulations, as well as a full new review before your MBAR today.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have. Public comment. Hans, yes, we got a letter and you have 2 slips. For the sake of brevity, if you don't mind, you'd like to speak, please? Okay, so we don't have to read the letter in, yes?
No, that's good.
Okay, and would you please identify where you live on the site plan so that we can see it, please? No, on the mic, I think there's a laser pointer there. Or just, yeah, that's good. Just so they can, I think they're in the upper right-hand corner, but I want to know for sure.
Okay, I am this parcel right here, 855.
No. That's their, well, that might be their parcel, yeah.
No, I'm right over here.
Okay, and that's your house?
There I am, right up there.
Okay, very good.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's quite a distance. Yeah. Yeah.
Sir, we limited to 3 minutes, but because there were 2 of you, I'm going to give you a little leeway, but you're on.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is, well, let me get, my name is Joseph Michael Panino. I am the owner. I am the property owner and permanent resident
of 855 Ashley Road. My wife is the other owner on it, so there you go, dear. And 855 Ashley Road is a single level, 2-bedroom, 2-bath, 1,500 square foot dwelling. And we share, our property line shares approximately 333 feet of adjoining property line boundaries with this project. From what I understand, this project was approved and permitted. I just found out issued May 2016. The property had remained untouched until April of 2021, of which time a major grading process took place. And there were mounds and piles of dirt and rocks removed and hauled away. And I don't believe that there was any oversight from the county. I don't believe it was inspected or any approval for what had happened during the grading process. Okay, so at the 2015, 2016 MBAR hearings, I know that there are several objections to this project. The local homeowners were opposed to the height, mass, and the overall volume of the project. In particular, the second story structure that you can see here is about 10 feet off the property line that we share. And from the mud sill to the top of the ridge, that structure is 26 feet, 6 inches, according to one of those plans that you have in there. And so, as stated in the MBAR bylaws 1.3, the goals of the board here is to preserve, protect, and enhance the existing semi-rural environment, and to ensure neighborhood compatibility of all projects, and to consider the private views and privacy of immediate neighbors. Additionally, there's the Montecito Land Use Development Code that pretty much, emphasizes those points also, as far as layout, orientation, location of structure, and appropriate with the well-designed relationship to other structures in the area, and the environmental qualities, which would be open spaces, topography, and taking into consideration public views and scenic view corridors.
Sir, can you?
Hurry up.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Could you summarize it?
in summary here, briefly, our concern is the height, mass, and volume of the second story level. It's called a media room. And it encroaches the view on our property that we feel that the height of that structure is too high. And we would like to see that in addition to that, we would like to see some finishes that were more compatible with the park-like setting and everything, not a monolithic white plastered wall like some of the projects have. With that, I'd also like to request story poles, and I'd like to request perhaps an on-site meeting with board members, property owners and architects, and the local homeowners.
Are you done, sir?
Well, I'd like to add one more thing.
One more.
Okay,
please.
one more thing. What I'd like to suggest is that parcel right there, if we could consider moving it over to this side, we have nothing but a lot of space there that second story would not encroach on anybody. Because if it goes to the south side of the building pad, the nearest structure or the nearest properties down over here, and that's not even there. That's vacant. And that's maybe 300, 400 feet. So that was it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so you want story poles? You're concerned about the second story?
That's our concern.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else that would like to address the board, please?
I did see one hand up. Mr. Hardesty, did you want to speak on this item? I just didn't notice you put your hand down. If anyone else wants to speak on this item, raise your hand now.
Well, I gave him extra time because you guys said that he was going to review. So can you do it in a minute? 1 minute, please. We understand how personal this is, but please,
Okay, this is personal to me because.
can you go to the landscape plan? Lower, farther
There
down
we
in
go.
the
How about
drawings.
that? On the landscape area, should you go ahead and approve the media room, it also has a terrace. And that terrace and the 26.6-foot high building, it looms over into my property. And if you don't switch it to the other side and we still have that, those trees are no longer there on the other side that it shows on the, they've fallen over, they're oaks. So I'm totally exposed to a 15-foot high hedge. It'll still be 15 feet above that from my front door and front area where we congregate and, you know, have our coffee in the morning. So this structure will really impact our bucolic setting. And we live on a 1 acre lot, and most of these lots are 1 acre, except for this one of the 819. It is almost 2 acres. So we were thinking it's a beautiful plan, but it does border the property line and totally impacts us because it's 10 feet off that property line. If they can move it anywhere else or really try to make it blend in with silvery driftwood, wood type sidings and plant mature trees, because the bay laurel, they're not a fast growing tree hedge. And that bay laurel is never going to get up to almost 30 feet high. So I'm always going to see 15 feet of house in the area.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so members of the board, we close public comment. Yes, Dave? David? Okay. Let's go back. We had a permit, we let it expire. We have the same job and we have a concerned neighbor. So let's go back. Let's specifically comment about the need for a site visit as well as any other comments. Claire, please.
Well, that's my comment. I mean, assuming that we're going with this plan, which was the old plan. Much of this has been reviewed back in whatever 2016. I actually now remember reviewing this plan. And so because of the interest of the neighbor, I would propose that we do a site visit and maybe just story pole that tall garage, or I think what is that built, the one that's a concern? You're saying the 2-story building that's on the property line.
Media. It's
Oh,
a
okay.
media room above.
Anyway, that's the only thing. I mean,
Any other comments about?
yeah, that's my comment. Just to move this along, you know.
Mr. Mandro.
Yeah, I agree. Especially since it sounds like some trees that were there before aren't there now, and there is concern with the height of that structure, that we story pull that and look at it at the site. And then also as you progress, if there's other design changes due to the new plan or to the code, see, you clarify those first.
Bill.
Yeah, I agree with other board members. I think a story pole will be a good thing to do. My thought initially is lowering the plate height to the second floor on maybe the 9 or something like that. That might help, but we can do story poles, see what it looks like, maybe look at the landscape, and go on from there. I mean, I think your siding is already wood, isn't it? Isn't it wood siding? It's already wood siding.
Yeah, it's wood siding and stone, local
Yeah,
stone
so I
cladding.
think, you know, the materials I see look good, and so I think it's really just the height of the second floor, and if you're in the process of consideration, does the media room stay there? Go down to a single story on the lower level to flip to the other side. all those things. Thank you.
Robert, please.
Yes, I think, you know, it used to be so riparian, but with the loss of trees, it's not only I think a view issue for the neighbor, but you know, Ashley Road wraps around that and everyone's gonna see this house as they come up and down Ashley. So I would consider story pulling possibly the whole U and the two-story element, just so we get a handle on the whole massing. That's it.
Elida, please.
Well, I agree with my colleagues. I think we should probably go out there and see a story poll, at least on the media room.
I believe there are only 3 of the 6 people here that saw this before, Claire, Dave, and John. Is that correct? The other 3 you did not see it. Okay. So, when we were here 6 years ago, or whatever it is, I believe at that point you had proposed the second story on the west side. I believe that the neighbor in the upper left-hand corner of this drawing said, we have an extremely steep slope. And now we have a 2-story building on top of that. What are you guys doing? You know, and so they responded by saying, let's put it on the east. Okay, so I believe that's the history. Is that correct?
That's the case, yes.
Yeah.
There's less grade change and it seemed to affect this neighbor less than the other.
So I would expect a second story on the other side to relieve the concerns of the northeast people, but exasperate the concerns of the west and southwest people. So having the problem that I have a reasonably good memory.
A good memory.
and I dream about this stuff sometimes. I don't know that a second story is going to work. So I'm wondering, unless you somehow, I'm not so sure a second story is going to work because of our past history and because of our current history or our current condition. Right. Is it possible to eliminate that, please?
I don't know. We can find out. I would, for history's sake, to
Okay,
say.
thank you. So let me ask the board. If they eliminated that second story, hang on. If they eliminated the second story out of the project, would we be able to vote for this or not? Okay. There's only one second story. That's the same story.
That's the same story.
Turn that model so it's oriented the way this is. Hang on. No, turn it the other way. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going.
Those oriented the way it is.
Oriented that way, please. So that second story is the one, which is the second story over there.
It's the long thing.
Right.
Or is it the other side?
Dave, can you show it on? I don't have a pointer.
It's just that one piece is the only second story.
I remember saying that the neighbor up there in the corner.
Upper right, yes.
They're talking about the second story there, which is that good in there? Would you bring it? Probably. Okay, that's what I'm kind of. Yeah, I looked it down and I thought.
Could you, I mean, I don't know if you've had this discussion with the owners, but could you go subterranean? It's a media room if it is a media room.
Okay, so what I'd like to propose.
Anyway.
On the one hand, they had a permit. I want to be, respectful of that. On the other hand, for whatever reason, outside our control, you guys let that go. So I am wondering if this board, extremely unusual, if this board would be willing to table this item for 2 or 3 for him to be able to talk with his client and see if we can get that second story out of the project and let us deal with it then. If not, I think we're gonna end up with story polls and site visits and all the rest of that. So I'd like to table this item for a while with the boards. We'll pick it up later. So please talk with your client and we'll chat with you later, okay?
Okay, we will. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Okay, item number. As of right now, we're gonna find out. I thought that his idea was great. Media rooms can be in the basement as well as up in the air. So I love this guy. So if we can get rid of that, I think they're happy. If we can get, don't have this, the west side, tall building on top of a hill, etc. Okay, so thanks a lot. Okay, item number, thank you everybody for being, item number 4, please. So this is number 2445 Sycamore Canyon Road. Brian Miller, are you here, please?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Very good. So can you go forward, please, and make your presentation?
Yes, this is a property that the clients want to add a master bedroom addition to. The building was part of an original historical estate, the Green Gables estate, or the Gables estate, not Green Gables. And it was subdivided in 1959. And my client's property contains the old original chauffeur's cottage and the old garages. The house that they live in now was the original chauffeur's cottage. It was been remodeled several times before they moved in. Major remodel took place of the building in 1959, and I think the configuration of the house now pretty much reflects the remodel of that time. They want to add a master bedroom suite and do a little bit of a remodeling of another bedroom to kind of make the flow a little better. Also to give a front entry that looked a little more inviting than what is existing now. Pretty much the design of the addition matches the existing house, board and bat. The roofing material is the same. It is a little more, it's sympathetic to the topography. It drops down approximately 2 feet 4 inches. Let me see, the windows in the existing structure are kind of a hodgepodge of extruded aluminum and wood. And the client would like to use steel framed windows with mullions, kind of restoring the classical look of the house from during the 1920s era. So it has a complete flow and a unification of the whole style of the architecture. If you want to go forward, I think that's the site plan. If you go to the next sheet, that can show you the weird shape of the property. The original estate is on the right, but you can't see it on this plan, but the original Green Gable, or keep saying that, the Gables estate is right on the right. It's a English Tudor house.
Two long somethings down. Can you describe that, please?
Sure, those are the original garages. Those were the garages to the estate. They're currently, I believe, used as a accessory dwelling unit. Let's see. I actually have the historical report in front of me. I'm trying to see what it says in there. There were 2 service buildings. And I don't know if the client is on this call with me. Maybe she can help better explain what they are right now.
Hi there. I'm on the call.
Hi. Can you kind of explain those 2 buildings for them?
Yes, one, from my understanding, is a permitted dwelling unit. And the other one is the garage building from when they used to store the cars for the bigger estate next door. And it's just garages, garage bays, and a workshop.
Thank you. Brian, please continue.
Anyway, yeah, so let's move forward. I can show you the elevations of the house on sheet, let's see, keep going forward. Sheet A3.1 is the existing, and then sheet A3.2 is the proposed. So it kind of shows you what the goal is at the addition is to kind of look like, the addition was added based on the same era of architecture as the original building. And that's basically it. Like you can see where we've replaced the windows with the steel mullions, and pretty much matching the existing situation with a better entryway. And I think that's basically all I can say right now. If you have any questions, be happy to answer them.
We normally review the FAR at this stage in the process. Do you know what the existing or proposed FAR is, please?
Yeah, I know you. I heard you say that. I don't have the FARs on that. I'm surprised they didn't bring that up when I got reviewed, but I don't have the FAR at this time. I apologize.
So 101 for the existing and 122 with the proposed sound reasonable, please? The answer is yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, please include it. Okay, so you're done though with your presentation, right?
Yes, I am. Oh, 2 points. It's an interior lot, so you can't see this from Sycamore Canyon Road at all. And there's no landscaping plan. They pretty much want to preserve what they've got. That's it. Thank
Okay.
you.
Questions, please, Dave.
Just want to confirm that you're going to match the existing with the materials and colors and finishes. And it sounds like you're redoing the doors and windows in steel.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm gonna come up this way. Elida, you next, please.
Are you planning on removing any trees, specifically oaks?
No, I don't believe we are. I don't think there's any oak trees in this particular area.
No, I actually am really adamant about not removing any oak trees because I really like them. So no trees at all are going to be removed for this.
Is the landscaping going to be affected at all by this addition?
No, the landscaping currently is pretty much natural and that's how we like it. It almost has a wildlife corridor feel and that's kind of what we want to maintain.
Thank you very much.
Claire, questions?
Can we go back to the site plan, the original plan of the site? The whole site is, yeah, no, but there was a plan that showed the whole, I think it's the next one down. Right?
Yeah, that's right. The next one down. There you go.
So my question is, the original building is in the setback, is that correct? From what I'm seeing?
Yes, it is.
That's correct. Well, I know that.
Not the entire building, a portion of it is in.
Yeah, it's existing non-conforming.
New addition is going to the right of the existing building.
That's
And
correct.
the existing building is already in the setback.
Correct.
Correct. Okay, that was my only question.
Bill.
Oh, yeah. No. There's no other question.
Bill, questions?
Go to those elevations, Dave. So Brian, currently the existing house sits up on kind of a raised foundation, is that right? And you're just blending it in there and there's kind of a wainscot or something that runs along there.
Yes. Kind of match what's there.
Any proposal for that little, well, not little, but large covered porch roof? Are you keeping that as it is? Is that in good shape?
Yeah,
Yeah, we're going to keep that for sure.
And then the roof pitch looks very, very shallow. What do you have there? Are you going to be able to make a roof tile on that?
Well, I think it's an asphalt shingle roof, so it should comply.
Well, looks like it's less than a 2 and 12 even. Maybe it's a 2 and 12.
Yeah, it's a pretty shallow roof. I couldn't tell you exactly what the slope is at this time. I basically matched what's existing.
And since you hadn't done the FAR, I assume you hadn't done a study of the FARs in the neighborhood, right?
No.
That was it.
Robert, questions, please.
I believe the architecture, Brian, is sensitive to the existing. I'm very curious about this porch though, and this lattice work. Can you put up the photos, David?
Yeah, sure. Hopefully they're there. Don't we have photos? I hope we have photos. There they are. And that's the historical report. That's not the photos. I think you want to see the site photos, right?
Yeah, well, the buildings, the garages too, I think people had a couple.
Okay, that would be in here. If you keep, yeah, there you go. There you go.
So does the historical report require you to keep that existing house as is, or can you clean it up?
The determination is the fact that it was massively remodeled in 1959, that it doesn't have the architectural integrity as originally intended. So yeah, we can alter it.
Okay. So to me, that's somewhat of a, I don't know. I feel like there's an opportunity here that we're missing to improve this property beyond your addition, and I'm just curious if that was an option.
Honestly, I would love to improve it more, but we don't really have the budget for that right now. And we have our kids sharing a very small room, and that's the reason why we're trying to add this addition, is so we can have our kids each have their own bedroom and us have our own room as well. And maybe later on down the road, we'll revisit that front porch, but it's actually nicer than it looks. If you're sitting out there, there's, lots of birds and a really nice view, and it's
Could be a high fire hazard problem. I'm not sure anyway. That's it.
Questions, questions. Fire department, have you had a chance to chat with them yet?
No, not yet.
Okay, that's the end of my questions. Public comment, is there anybody that would like to speak to the board on item number 4, 2445 Sycamore Canyon Road, please? Anybody?
I haven't received any speaker slips and I don't see any
Okay,
hands up on this
Thank
one.
you. Close public comment. So this is our first meeting. They do have a planner. So comments, Dave, back in the same order. Dave, please.
Yeah, I think the architecture is consistent with what's there, and I think the steel doors and windows really do help elevate that. So I can support that. My concerns are first the FAR. If it truly is 120%, then you need to provide a neighborhood survey and justify that increase over the recommended FAR. And
Okay.
provide more information about the site and the visibility of this. You say that site isn't visible, but we need that documentation in the package, especially perimeter screening around your new addition to show that it is going to not be visible. And then when I look at the survey, it looks like you're very close to 2 large oak trees. It looks to me like you're going to need forest and provide documentation that you can protect and preserve those trees, or if you're proposing to remove them, mitigate for them.
Okay, like an arborist report?
Yes. Those are my points.
A lighter, please.
I don't have any comments. Thank you.
Claire, please.
I'm actually familiar with this piece of property and the original building. And I think that the architect has done a really nice job of combining the original historical building with the addition. And they seem to kind of fold together successfully for me. And yeah, and that's all there is. Yeah, that's all I have to say. I mean, I look forward to seeing the development of the whole project.
Bill, please.
Yeah, I agree with the other board members. Fine with the architecture. I would like to see a study though of the FAR study, so that we can know that it is compatible with the rest of the neighborhood. I do agree with Robert. Maybe it's an opportunity at some point in the future to look at that covered porch, but for now, it is what it is. So,
Yeah, that's true.
yeah. So anyway, that's all I have. Thank you.
Comments?
They are there and it's drained and it's not anything in that neighborhood. So I think that's okay. So I'm happy with it.
Okay, I also would like to see an FAR study. We asked it of everybody over 110. Don't be shy. I mean, pick up more parcels rather than fewer parcels, please. I think the fire department may have a bigger impact on this project than you want. They, it's way far back. They're not parking on the street and dragging a hose. So they are going to bring up something. All of the existing photos show an area in front of the house that's going to have probably a fairly large piece of asphalt or concrete or something by the time they get done. So I think that you need to start integrating that into your plan. I think that that might suggest the need for a landscape plan at the next time for both you to understand what's happening and also for us to understand that. I think it's, yes, the property has significant amounts of vegetation on it. We as a board are always love to see very great interior planting, but I think if you go through the guidelines, et cetera, perimeter landscaping is important. If you could note that on the plans, and rather than getting obsessive about huge new drawing and expense and all that, thorough photographs, I think, can get us all the way where we need to get to understand how close this property is in terms of visual isolation from other properties in the area. So
Sure.
we see you back here at concept, further concept next time.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, further concept at the full board, okay? Thank you very much. Good luck with that. Talk to the fire department.
Thank you.
All right. All right. Thank you.
It's going to be an important issue for you. Okay, item number 5, please. Highway 101.
There they are, right there.
Okay. Elida has a conflict. She's going to be taking a while off to have some coffee and dinner and
Lunch and whatever you need, Elida.
Okay, so we are on here for preliminary approval, and I'd like to read the comments from our last meeting. One member appreciated the applicant's response to previous comments and the reduction in signage. One member stated their belief that Caltrans has done the best job possible given the design constraints. The majority of the MBAR found the design regrettable and unfortunate. Now, would you, before we get started, would you please tell us what you've done since you've been here? Planning Commission, Montecito Board. Can you fill us in with that? Tell us in briefly what happened with each meeting, where we are now, and then we can go forward, please. Thank you.
Okay, certainly. We do have a slide on that, and I'll probably rely on some help from our team members then on some of the details related to what happened at some of those meetings. But if you, my name is Fred Luna. I'm representing the project team from the Santa Barbara County Association of Governments. We have members of our team here. I'll let them introduce themselves. We're going to tag team the presentation today. So David, were you going to bring up our presentation? And maybe just to address Chair Watson's comment, we can go to, I think it's slide 3. Yeah, slide 3. Yeah.
If you were here at the last meeting. Claire, Bill, and Robert, no. So you have 4 out of 5 are familiar with the project.
Right. Okay.
And he's lived here his whole life.
Okay, great. Okay. Okay, so right there. So yeah, just this slide will touch upon Chair Watson's request to talk about where we've been. So since we last came to MBAR, and I think the comments that we heard at MBAR were after a number of meetings that we had already had with MBAR, where we would like to have an opportunity to remind the committee that there were a number of features of the project that were broadly supported. So, but we have gone to the Montecito Planning Commission. Starting almost a year ago, we initiated that process. So we had an initial kind of overview meeting with the MPC on May 18th. And then we had some subsequent meetings. We were getting into several of the details. The primary subject matter you had been following in the news was the sound walls. And so we had presented to this committee renderings that had shown sound walls in the project. And since that time and through that process, you had heard that the sound walls were being removed from the project through the MPC process based on county policy. And so we had 2 additional meetings, and then we went to the County Planning Commission. We went in November and December, as you can see there. Project remained the same at that point. There were some additional refinements. You'll see today to one of the walls along South Jameson near the Rosewood Hotel or the Miramar. And so we'll show that today. And then we have one additional request we'd like to bring up for the committee related to the staining of some of the median barrier. But essentially at that point, the project has remained the same for the most part. Okay. Lastly, there was an appeal on the project based on the County Planning Commission action in December. And so that appeal was heard at April 4th at the Board of Supervisors. So the Board of Supervisors voted unanimously to deny the appeal. And so at this point, the clock's running on whether there's any potential appeal to the Coastal Commission. So, but that's kind of the timeline of where we've been since we last at MBAR.
Thank you.
Yeah. So if you go back to the second slide, Dave, thanks, and then we'll just skip slide 3. So right here is just orientation, maybe more for the new commissioner, is that this is the Montecito segment. So we've been covering this segment quite a bit, and that's been the topic of all those meetings. The advanced work is shown in the inset. That's essentially from Olive Mill down to Hickson Road, and that covers a portion of work that's already funded and will start construction in June. And then the remaining portion, we are hoping to get funding based on an action by the California Transportation Commission in June. And so overall, we're looking to see progress start on that fairly soon, especially in that northern segment. It's called the advanced work. So if you can continue on, David, maybe we can go to the next slide. So you've already gone through these comments. If you go to the next slide. Okay. Yeah, I'll hand it over to Zach, and he can address kind of the things through the project.
Thanks, Fred. Yeah, good afternoon, Zach Sevilla with Mark Thomas. Presented to the board a number of times. Excited to be back here with you all again today. So going through the presentation, myself and Christine Anderson are going to tag team this portion of the presentation and highlight the different elements of the project. So this rendering right here, we're looking northbound along the corridor. So this is just north of the Sheffield Drive interchange. Again, looking north along the right side is North Jameson Lane. What we want to highlight in this particular rendering is that the project does include the addition of the HOV lane. You can see that in the median there. And then on the right side of the image, what we've included is this concrete barrier. And really what that does is it allows us to include some additional planting between the main line of the freeway and North Jameson Lane. And that is a fairly narrow strip. So Christine can touch on that type of planting.
Right. So the planting here is effectively the same as what we have on the northbound Sheffield area too, because it's very narrow. It's only about 4 feet wide in this location. So we are planning on planting vines on the fence. and planting with ground covers in that raised barrier area where we have the 4 feet of planting area. So that's very consistent with what we have planted in the Sheffield area, where we have enough room for that.
Thanks. And can we go to the next slide? So this is one of the areas we wanted to highlight that was changed in the project since it was last reviewed by the board. So we are looking south along the corridor now. So this is just south of the San Ysidro overcrossing. The Miramar Hotel is off to the right. When the project was presented to this board, this is what it looked like as we were going through various other meetings. The request was to look at ways to reduce the height of that retaining wall. So that's not a sound wall, that's a retaining wall because South Jamison Lane is higher than the freeway in this location. So if we go to the next slide. So we were able to adjust the height of the retaining wall. And then in addition to that, we changed the barrier that's required to be on top of the wall because there is an elevation change between South Jamison and the freeway. We do need to have a concrete barrier on top of the wall. And we originally were envisioning having that be a solid concrete barrier. Through discussions after the project was last reviewed by your board, that was changed to that open style railing, the type 85 rail that we've used elsewhere along the corridor over the bridges. Planting, Christine, remains similar.
Right, planting remains similar. So we would have, in this case though, because it's not on a fence, it was that we would be using the Parthenocissus, the Boston ivy, to really cling to that wall. And then the small shrubs in that raised barrier area as well. And if you could go back just one slide too, I wanted to point out that you can see on the left-hand side of this picture, there's also the raised barrier. That's a wider planter where we can actually plant trees in it as well. But now if you can scroll to advance the slide, I unfortunately have it covered up here. But the sound wall would be removed, but we would still be able to have some trees in that area. There would be small trees along that area, much like you see in that greater than 6 foot width planter section in that location. So on the left-hand side, so that's the northbound shoulder, you would have trees, small shrubs, and vines on the fencing. On the right-hand side, you have vines on the retaining wall and the small shrubs in that raised planter area.
And just to clarify, that comment and that request to look at that retaining wall did come from the Montecito Planning Commission, and that was adjusted through the review that we had at that time. Next slide. So this is another location that we wanted to highlight. We're looking along North Jamison. This is looking in the northbound direction. The Sheffield Drive intersection is just behind us here, a couple hundred feet. One of the things we wanted to highlight with this particular rendering is that we were able to get some planting in between that retaining wall and North Jamison Lane. In order to do that, we did have to look at adjusting the geometry of the main line. So we were able to coordinate with Caltrans and make those adjustments to the freeway. That freed up a couple feet there in between North Jamison and the retaining wall. So we could get that ground plane planting, and then also the vines that would grow up on top of that retaining wall.
And very similar in the planting scheme here, where we would have that barrier fence or access control fencing on the top of the retaining wall. That is the black vinyl coated chain link fencing, and we would have that retaining wall with the Boston ivy on it and small shrubs in that 2 foot planter space adjacent to North Jamison.
Next slide. So this view is looking southbound along the corridor. So we are just south of the Olive Mill overcrossing. Really what we wanted to highlight in this particular view is just that the interchanges provide the most opportunity for planting along the corridor. So in between where the ramps come in and the mainline shoulder, we did maximize the amount of planting that could be placed in those locations.
Right, and much like we've said all along with this project, we're really looking at these areas as to maximize the tree canopy and the skyline tree presence in these interchange areas, because they do offer us the most planting ability. So planting trees such as the oak tree, sycamore, and the Monterey cypress, as you know, what has been defined as our mixed Montecito Parkway skyline presence. And then using various shrubs and ground covers to fill in those areas. You can see on the left-hand side of this where we have fencing and a wider spacing there, we can plant some of our trees there. And then so long as they are not impeding views along the corridor, impeding views down to signage or around the corners here, we can plant trees through this area. So you can see how we've kind of framed this up with planting.
Next slide, please. This particular view, we're just moving south along the corridor. So this is just north of the St. Isidro Road overcrossing. You can see it there in the image. Again, in the interchange locations, we are able to maximize the amount of planting in between the ramps and the main line. One of the things that we are looking at doing for this area is the St. Isidro roundabout project does require the construction of a retaining wall along that northbound ramp, which is just on the left side of that image. And the goal with our planting is to actually hide that wall as much as possible. So that's why we've enhanced the number of plantings at that location. And then this also provides a good perspective, a good image of the median barrier, that concrete median barrier. This barrier I'll touch on a little bit more in the presentation, but this was one of the things that was identified as a unifying element along the corridor. So all of the segments from 4B, 4C, and 4D into the 4E segment all are utilizing the same barrier as a way to unify the aesthetic feel along the corridor.
Right, and the planting is much the same with that mixed Montecito Parkway. And like Zach said, the plan for this roundabout area, because that roundabout is actually just behind all this planting, would be to put enough tree presence and shrub presence to screen off the roundabout from view from the freeway as much as possible, and create more of a central space on that other side of that roundabout, so that you wouldn't see the retaining walls eventually after the 15-year planting, which this more or less represents.
Next slide, please. So this is looking north. It's looking in the north direction along South Jamison Lane. So this is just north of the St. Isidro Road. So the freeway is just off to the right. And what we wanted to highlight here is that in that space between South Jamison and the main line, there is an opportunity not just for ground plane planting, but also to plant some additional trees as well.
And here we also have the access denial fencing along the freeway right of way there. That would be the black vinyl coated chain link. And this is an area where we can have quite a bit of mitigation oak trees along here.
Next slide, please. What we wanted to present today are some of the materials that are going to be included with the project. So if we go to the next slide, we've touched a lot already on these different elements, but as we look at the median barrier, the bridge barriers, those are those type 85 barriers that have the open railing, guardrails, the fences that is that access control, access denial fencing, the contrast surface treatment area. So that is that textured pavement that occurs at the on and off ramps in between the concrete pavement on the main line and the concrete pavement on the ramps. And then also overhead signs along the corridor. So if we go to the next slide. Again, looking at the concrete barrier, one of the first things we wanted to touch on the median concrete barriers, just to inform the board what is being implemented in the southern segments. So initially we were looking at this concept where you would have that concrete band, that 1 foot concrete band area where you show the blocks, that would be a stained surface. If we go to the next slide, as we were going through the approval of the required samples from the contractor in the 4B and the 4C segments, it was the staining of the barrier was actually removed from the project. In that instance, it's because it wasn't achieving the desired look from the original concept that was presented. So what's shown in the right there is the image of the concrete barrier that's been included with the project. It was approved by SBAR to remove the staining. So the project is going to be constructed with the in and out block texture, just without the staining. And in that case, the thought process is that the shadows that are created from the difference in that relief provides enough difference for the block texture that the staining was not considered to be needed in this location. So that is something that we would like to discuss with the board for this project as well. But I wanted to highlight what was approved for, again, the 4B and the 4C segments in the southern area beyond this location. Next slide. This is showing, again, the concrete barrier, that type 85 railing that's on the outside of the bridges and also along the tops of the retaining walls adjacent to the Miramar Hotel. And then also the metal beam guardrail system. So we do have to have metal beam guardrail along the project. You can see in the left side of the image here, in the creek locations, in order to allow the flows to pass through and over the freeway. We also have to have the metal beam guardrail in the median of the freeway in this location. So all of the guardrails along the project are anticipated to be stained. And that would match the guardrails that have been constructed in the southern segments of the project.
And for the planting in these areas, this is very narrow. So about the when it's between 4 and 2 feet wide, we can possibly plant some shrubs. But for the most part, like you see here, it's more or less just vine placement on the fencing.
And again, all of the guardrail is metal. There's metal posts there as well. Those aren't wood posts, and all of the guardrail elements would be stained. Next slide. One of the things I didn't touch on earlier is that the project also includes replacing the bridge barriers at the overcrossings of the San Ysidro Road overcrossing and the Olive Mill southbound on-ramp overcrossing. The project will replace the existing bridge barriers that are on top. So this is showing what the new bridge barriers will look like, very similar to what was done a couple of years ago with the Olive Mill overcrossing. And then in addition to that, the project includes sandblasting the existing concrete to remove any of the staining that is currently there on the existing overcrossings.
And for planting here, just like we've done in other places, we have the wider areas where we can plant more trees in that mixed Montecito Parkway type of presence. And I think you all recall during our earlier discussions that it was requested to add trees where we had these barrier placements to bring trees as far as we could down towards the abutment to cover up those abutment walls as much as we could.
Next slide. So this is just taking another look again at that area. The metal beam guardrail that's shown there, again, that's that stained metal system, and then the new bridge barriers on the overcrossing as well, in addition to the trees and the other landscaping that was discussed.
And same thing for the landscape.
Next slide, please. Just to touch on a couple other elements that the project does include. So there is required safety lighting at the on and off ramps. So this is where there's a light at the divergence point as you're coming up to get off the freeway. And then as you're merging onto the freeway, there is a light that's required. So it is a standard. So this is the Cobra head that's required on the main line. All of the lighting that was approved for the roundabouts, that is being constructed separately with the roundabout projects. But on the main line, the safety lighting would be this standard Cobra head. Next slide. As was mentioned at the start of the discussion, there was an effort that we looked at to reduce the number of overhead signs. We still have requirements for overhead signs and notifications for motorists, but we did look to combine overhead signs where possible. So that reduces the total number of structures that are needed. So this exhibit shows all of the structures that are going to be included in both the 4D and the 4E segment. But we did go through that effort to reduce the number of overhead sign structures required. And I believe that is our last slide.
And therefore you're done. Questions, Bill, please.
Yeah, I was curious about some of the heights of things. Can you go to some of the earlier slides there, David? Beginning slides, like the fence that runs along the perimeter there, on North Jameson. What's the height of that? And then these, yeah, here, these, you had where you have more than 6 feet of retaining. Your section shows, it looks like it's almost the same. When you say less than 6-inch width, 6 foot width and greater than 6 foot width, your retaining wall looks like the same height, but in fact, is the grade adjacent to it raising up and down? Is that?
Yes. If we go back one slide first, just to answer the question on the, one more slide, sorry. The fence, so the fence is a standard 6 foot tall fence, and that's going to be consistent throughout all of the corridors. So it's standard 6 feet tall. If we go to 2 slides down where we were looking at that area.
Yeah.
So that 6 feet is actually referring to the width of that planter. So as the project heads southbound, so the width of that planter in front of that wall varies. So as you go closer to the San Ysidro overcrossing, that width actually gets wider. And so that allows for tree planting in some locations in between the barrier and the wall. But as we continue to head southbound along the corridor, it does get less than 6 feet wide between the barrier and the wall. And that's where we're not able to plant trees, and you go to more of the shrubs and the vines.
Why does the, maybe this isn't a function of the width, but in your illustration there, why do you show a solid wall versus the rail, open rail concept? Is that's not a function of the width in any way, is it?
It's not.
No,
I was trying
okay.
to, I wanted to highlight that in addition, that the barrier also changed on top of the wall. And so instead of having 3 different cross sections there, I tried to combine some of that onto 2. So what I wanted to show is that in addition to the planting concept, we did also revise that barrier along the top of the wall to go with that open type 85 railing.
Okay. And there's no proposal on the Miramar section there to have sidewalks on the freeway side of that roadway. There's not enough room there to do that, I would imagine.
That's correct.
And are there options for the Cobra head lighting? The Cobra head is what it is, and we pretty much have to live with that.
Unfortunately,
That's what we
that is
got.
a standard. Yeah.
That's the standard. Like you can see there in the illustration, the Miramar obviously has the sort of sanctioned Montecito style, and they won't accept that. I'm sure. It's not tolerable.
Unfortunately not. So there's a requirement. The requirement is that you have 1 light at the exit, and then on the on-ramps you have 2 lights. So it is a standard that there's no adjustment to, but where we connect to the roundabouts at Olive Mill and San Ysidro, all of that lighting will follow the city or the standard that was approved for those projects.
And last question, you'd mentioned in your introduction statement about an appeal. Was that, who made that appeal? And I know it was dropped. Right. Denied.
It was denied by the Board of Supervisors. There were 2 appellants, Smeagol and McKenzie.
Were they neighbors?
They were neighbors,
Oh.
and they both were, their appeal was based on the fact that the sound walls had been removed because of the whole analysis and policy issue of the sound walls causing a water surface rise. And so, yeah, they objected to that. So they appealed the decision of the county planning commission.
Yeah, okay. That's it. Thank you.
Robert, questions?
I guess growing up in Montecito, the whole parkway feel is what I'm most concerned about losing in all this. And I'm curious, the emergency lanes, I'm having a hard time figuring out how wide are they? And that would be the lanes to the right or left. And was there never a chance for any plantings in the median at all? Or what? if so, is it a possibility or not really? What?
Can you tell he's a new member? Excellent question, but
It is an excellent question, not one we haven't heard before. So, I am certainly something that we don't mind discussing because it is a complicated issue. Maybe Zach can talk about the shoulder width and why we have to do that because we're adding a lane, and then Kirsten might want to add something about the community perspective on it.
Thanks. So in this location, the shoulders, that far right lane, the entire corridor of the shoulders are 10 feet wide. So that was a standard that was set, that there was no adjustment to that shoulder width. It had to be a mandatory 10 feet wide. However, the inside, the median shoulder, there was a recognition that if we needed to make some adjustments to the shoulder, the inside shoulder would be where we would take a reduced width. The standard should be 10 feet. However, in this location, it was approved to go down to 2 feet. And that was to fit all of the necessary improvements within the corridor. And as it relates to the potential for planting, unfortunately, if you do not have 10-foot shoulders, then we could not get planting adjacent to the median. So in this location, the median in some areas is only 6 feet wide, and that's from the edge of stripe on one side of the freeway to the edge of stripe on the other side of the freeway. And that includes the 2-foot width for the concrete barrier. So outside of that barrier, the inside shoulder in both directions is only 2 feet wide. So there wasn't enough width to get planting through this section, but we maintained that standard 10-foot width along the outside in both directions, so planting could be provided. And then Kirsten, maybe you can touch on a little bit more.
Sure. So as everyone has alluded to on the board as well, we do get that question a lot. Can you plant in the median? And during the environmental impact report process, there were options that were considered alternatives. And as Zach mentioned, the median planting isn't always possible. So even if you looked at options where you could have median planting in some areas, it meant that the outside planting was really very little. And so the determination was, do we want to have tiny pockets of potential planting in some areas in the median, not all, and tiny pockets on the outside, meaning that the type of plants that you would get would be extremely limited, like you've seen Christine talk about with vines and then ground covers? Or do we want to maximize the outside planting to try to convey more of that sense of the Montecito Parkway? And the determination was, let's maximize the outside planting where we can at the bridges, so you get a nice robust feel when we have the space, recognizing that we couldn't have median planting the entire stretch anyway, because this is the most constrained portion of the corridor as well. So that's a brief summary. If you have additional questions, we can go into it more, but we do get that question almost every review body, because everyone would like to have it all.
I knew there was an explanation. Thank you for it. And maybe everybody's at least updated if there were any changes, and you're saying there are none since the last how many years? I don't know.
It's been a few.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Additional questions, please? Dave, please, questions.
And mine had to do with the overhead lighting. It's been answered.
Claire, please.
You get to say that? Okay. I just think that I have a really loud voice, but maybe not. Going through, my questions were, the Miramar, when we changed from the wall to what we have in front of us. Is there no room to plant trees on the Miramar size of here? No, there's no
There's
room
not.
over on the other side of the height. Okay.
No, that's.
And what you're
that's the
saying
roadway.
is we don't have enough room to plant trees in the in front of the wall because that's too small for trees. Okay.
Correct.
That question. Oh, in going through the plant list, and by the way, I actually did go through the entire package and I read all of looked and think, and one of the things that came up for me is that the Monterey cypress that you're only proposing those to be planted as 9 gallons or 5 gallons, 5 gallons. That, which kind of didn't make sense to me because with all the oaks, we're doing those in 36-inch boxes. So why was that?
Right, that's something that we can definitely take a look at. We had proposed 5 gallon, if you recall, for 4C as well, because that was a problem that Caltrans has been having where they're falling over during windstorms and things like that at that larger planted size because they're very top heavy plant material. But we did make that change for 4C as well as for the roundabouts project to allow for a larger planted size.
No, I did see that.
So I believe
I really did read
yeah.
that.
So I believe what we did was for 4C as well as the roundabouts, I do believe we went up to 15 gallon. And I think even in some cases we had a 24-inch box size as well.
For the cypress. Yeah.
But we do have a different planting system for those trees to help keep them in place. So it is a little bit, a deeper planting system with what they call a dead man to hold the trees in place.
Okay, well, yeah, so just keep that in mind and see if we could boost those up to a bigger size. I mean, the next size up would be 15 gallon. I don't think you need to go to boxes, but that was something that popped out at me. And then, when you were redoing the strip that goes all the way through, I don't know, Jack has a name for that right there. And did you look at, rather than what we went to, whatever color it is now, consistent all the way through, would it be possible to just have one color, a darker color than what you're proposing for the strip that we're talking about?
Yeah. David, could you go to the slide that shows the stained concrete barrier?
Yeah,
It's down.
Yeah, it was way at the end. Yeah.
Right there.
There. So that was all of those colors. And then, but we ended up with that being how it is. Is it possible to take one of those colors and do the same as single color?
Anything's possible.
I think we could look at that. I wanted to highlight the change that was made for the southern segments. Just again, this was one of those items that was intended to be unifying along the corridor.
Correct.
So
yeah.
if there was an intent to continue with the same aesthetic treatment, in the southern portion, it was decided to remove the staining altogether. If we
So
wanted
that's
to,
unstained then.
it's unstained.
Okay, never mind. Forget the question. I don't want to go back. I don't want to. Yeah, that, that would, I know that would be a massive problem to have to stain this darker. So I'm done with that conversation. And blah, blah, blah. No, those were the only questions I had.
Back to the light poles. Who maintains the big ones in the actual corridor itself?
Those are maintained by Caltrans.
Okay. And is there any possibility of a different color for the poles in the heads?
So when we were going through the design review team, the DRT, we did present an option that could have stained those poles the same color that would be applied to the metal beam guardrail. And at the time, the DRT did not feel that it was needed to stain those poles. It's not to say it can't be done, but the design review team preferred to stick with the galvanized steel for those poles.
Okay. Public comments. Is there anybody that would like to address the board on item number 5? And the best description of it I have is Highway 101 segment 4D. Anybody, please?
We do have one hand up. Is Susan Petrovich.
Susan, you've got 3 minutes. Susan?
Sorry, I had to mute myself. Thank you for letting me speak. I don't think I'll take the whole 3 minutes, but I did want to tell you before I start talking about this that it is very difficult to hear the MBAR members' comments. In fact, about 70% of the time, I really had to strain to hear because I think you get too far away from a mic or mics. So I just thought you should be aware of that because it's consistent throughout. Except Claire, I could hear her often more than other people. But regarding the sound walls, you understand that now that they've deleted the sound walls, the need for landscaping that will provide some kind of visual screening is particularly important to the people who live along North Jameson Lane and the neighborhoods that are immediately north of Jameson. And in fact, anybody who happens to be riding a bike or walking or even driving by, right now you're looking at an ugly chain link fence that was, when it was installed, we were promised that there would be plantings along it, vines or something similar. But that's not what happened. They did plant them, but they didn't weed them. They didn't, over time, they quit irrigating them. And of course, one after another, they died because they didn't weed them. The weeds stayed. So that's all we were left with. And we really don't want to have that happen again. First of all, ivy is very invasive. Boston ivy is very invasive. I'm surprised that you even consider that. It's moderately drought tolerant, but our droughts aren't moderate. So that's why I think you need to have native plants. And I did present that objection to the Planning Commission that we should have landscaping that will be there after 5 years, because Caltrans is only agreeing to essentially look after it for 5 years. I've been looking at that chain link fence for decades now, and even though they're going to put black lining on it, it's still going to be a chain link fence. And of course, those black coatings do wear off. So we would ask that you recommend a condition that requires native plantings, so we ensure the drought tolerance, and that the county standard revegetation requirements that apply to all private projects is that they would be weed controlled, that they'd be monitored, that if they're not to ensure that they succeed, and if they don't succeed, that they're immediately replanted, gradually taper off with the irrigation. But if at the end of 5 years they're not succeeding, then you don't just walk away. That's our concern, and that's what's happened in the past. So I would ask that you consider that.
Thank you, Susan. Your time's up. Okay, and your comments sounded complete, so thank you very much. Okay, so we are on for preliminary. Doesn't mean we have to do anything about granting it, but we are on for preliminary today. Comments? Bill, please.
Yeah, I commend you and appreciate all the work and effort you've put into this. Obviously, it's taken a long time, a lot of years. I like what you've done, and I know there are a lot of restrictions. And so, we're asking for things that are going to be difficult to do, certainly. So our hands are tied too. I am fine with the median, first of all. Obviously, that's a given. The Cobra head lighting, not a fan. If we could color it, great. If we don't have a choice, then that's what we got to live with as well. To Susan's point, certainly we don't want to see plants dying after 5 years. So materials, I'm going to leave that to the landscape folks to review. Materials that are going to be hardy and that don't require a lot of maintenance and water, and that they stay green and keep that parkland thing that you're trying to achieve. So I think those are good. The other elements, colors, materials, finishes, all look good to me. I'd be willing to move it to preliminary approval. And that's my thoughts.
Robert.
Well, I think as the gateway to Montecito and Santa Barbara, given the constraints, and this thing has been beat to death for I don't know how many years, I think they've arrived at a solution that is a great compromise for everybody. I'm fine with the unstained accent stones. And I would like to move it to preliminary as well. Or approve it for preliminary, I should say.
Dave, please.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting, in Robert's comments, that's where we started way back. And, you know, I feel like the project's a series of compromises, and I agree. I especially like the changes that you've made. First of all, I like the median without the stain much more than stain, so I can definitely support that. I would like the reduction of the retaining wall with the Miramar. That's a huge improvement. The little bit of landscaping that you're able to get on North Jameson, hopefully that addresses some of the public comments and softens that. That was a problem before. So I think all in all, everything you're proposing today are nice improvements. The issue of the longevity of the landscaping has come up many times. I don't know if there's a way for us to condition that. My understanding was that there is not, but we would certainly look to you to select the right landscaping that will live through droughts and without the irrigation. But all in all, I can support the project.
Claire, please.
Well, according to my count, whoops,
No, you're on.
I'm on,
Yeah.
I am on. You know, along this corridor, I counted that Caltrans is planting 36-inch box oaks. And I counted 88 in there. And I just want to point that out for the general public. This is what's being, the oaks are gonna, the oaks at 36-inch boxes is going to actually make this corridor. It's more like Montecito. And I was one of the people who absolutely am so happy that the sound walls have disappeared. I was very vocal about this because my experience now with other areas is that this corridor with those sound walls was going to be like in a tunnel. It was going to be so ugly and so horrible. So I was one of the people who wanted the sound. I was really happy to see those go. And I think as far as the plant material that's been proposed, for the most part, it all is drought tolerant. And that was taken into consideration from the very beginning, you know, and so what's been proposed is maintainable. And when we talk about in the city, there were no irrigation systems put in that section further down. And that's why those things died. This time, our section, the Montecito, what I call the Montecito section, that's all going to be irrigated. And so those plants are going to survive, you know, and all that contract has been worked out ahead of time. So that's a change as far as the visual, that those plants are going to survive. And for me, as everybody knows, I was on the design team and I have absolutely loved working with Caltrans, and it's been extremely, you know, it's been, oh my God, it's been really great. Caltrans, I think, has done an extraordinary job trying to squeeze in everything that Montecito wanted for our corridor. So those are my comments.
I also agree that the unstained portion is superior. Reminds me of what they call that, the texture blocks that Franco used. Except those leak like a sit-in house. But I am not qualified to talk about the planting. I just want to make absolutely sure it is as drought tolerant as possible. The prediction is wetter wets, which we just had, and drier dries, which we just had. Now, who knows if it's gonna last, if that cycle, or if it's gonna morph into something else, but I think bulletproof is better than something else, particularly at 60 miles an hour, 65 miles an hour. So I have not been very pleased with this project, as people know. I think it is one of those projects, it's as good as it probably can get, and therefore, given constraints, and I have to be realistic, so I think I will support this, even though I had considered not doing that. So is there somebody that would like to make, it sounds like we're ready to make a motion. Am I ready? Do I correctly understand that from the board?
Yeah, I'll make a motion for preliminary approval
As submitted,
as submitted.
without studying the planting? Just to make sure, do you think we're there already?
No, I studied the planting. so
And
I
you
can-
think we're there already?
Yeah, I think we're ready to go.
Okay,
Yeah.
is there a second, please? Any further?
I'll second that.
Any further discussion, please? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, please. Motion carries. Thank you. And final on consent, guys, do we need to see this again at the full board?
Yeah, I think,
Final
yeah.
on consent? Okay,
That's
final on consent. Speed it up, smaller group. Yeah, let's take 5 minutes. Or 3 minutes. I also want to see if William is out there and if they figured out.
What? I'll wait till you start.
Okay, we have a quorum. Thank you, everybody, for allowing us to take a couple of minutes. We are now on item 6, and I understand there was a slight mix-up on plans, so let's get a overview about what's missing. Quick overview about what's missing. We'll figure out if we want to go on
Oh, yeah.
or continue.
We can still go on, I think, for preliminary.
What is the
What-
quick?
What is missing is we had architectural details and landscape details that you would have for final. I
That's
believe.
correct. We don't need those today. Okay.
We were hoping to show them to you and show you how in good shape we were and maybe come back for consent.
Okay. Well, you may still.
But
do
we can
that.
still do preliminary. Yeah.
Okay, so we are now on item 635 Orchard Avenue. There were public comments last time. We have some this time. Our comments at the end of that meeting were MBAR appreciates response to previous comments. In general, MBAR can support the mass, bulk, scale, and height of the residence as redesigned. Consider stepping balcony back or in on north elevation. Restudy railing material. Restudying sliding glass doors on the east, which is also the front elevation, to minimize light wash and increase privacy. Consider reducing overhang. Restudy width of entry gates. Consider reducing width of driveway and entrance and replacing with additional landscape. Provide full detail. Hang on. Robert, modern house on Orchard, 2-story with flood constraint, pushing them out. Okay, and then there are some 2-stories, mostly a more traditional. With the lots of concept. Please go ahead, please.
Thank you, John. Steve Fort with Suzanne Elledge Planning and Permitting. With me today is Martha Picciotti, our architect, and Chris Gilliland, our landscape architect, and our client, Chris Amos, is here as well. We have the plans here. We also have some renderings that David has or Dave has. Real quick, we do have a public comment letter from the neighbor to the south, Lieberman and Kelly. And I actually had a Zoom with them on Monday and went over the latest plans. And they left that meeting telling me that they were pretty happy with the latest design and that, you know, they were resigned to a 2-story house and they appreciated the revisions that we made. But I just wanted to summarize that for you. I also tried to reach out to the neighbor across the street and did not get a response to run them through the latest version. Because neither of them were here the last time we met with you. I did resubmit our support letters from the last time we were here. I'm going to go through your comments and then Martha will go through the materials. We were going to go through the details, but those weren't there. And Chris can go through landscape and address any landscape questions we have. So just to go through your comments, and maybe this can help bring Robert along as well. MBAR appreciates response to the previous comments. Again, you know, with your comments and the story polls, we do feel like we've ended up at a better project here. And I think, I know that at least one of the neighbors does as well. So we appreciate all of that input. And again, what we showed you in January, where you expressed that you were in support of the mass Balkan scale and generally positive comments, all those elements are still here. We had lowered the height by 1 foot 10 inches. We reduced the second floor massing. We had pulled that 2nd-story deck back on the west side, and it no longer wraps around the sides of the house on the 2nd story. It's only on the back side, and we'll show you that. There's no 2nd-story door on the south elevation. We're using clear story windows on the 2nd floor for privacy on the sides. And just to reiterate, there are 10 existing 2-story homes on Orchard and Tabor in this area. So that was your first comment. Second comment, in general, MBAR can support the mass Balkan scale and height of the residents. Again, we had addressed all that the last time we're here, and we're still abiding by all those components that we had worked into it. Your third comment, consider stepping back the balcony, stepping balcony back / in on the north elevation. I think it's going to be sheet 5, PDF page 6. And that balcony on the north side has been pulled back. I could grab that pointer maybe and
You can also see it on the floor plan where it says pull balcony wall back, align with.
this balcony was out further. It's been stepped out pretty much in line with the elevation of the massing on the second floor. And again, we had previously pulled in that massing on the second floor that was all the way out pretty much to the roof edge. Restudy the railing material was your fourth comment. And we did, and let me get to the sheet here. Maybe if you could go to the renderings, David, I think that's probably the best place to see it. Right there, and we can go through a couple of those renderings. We did consider that, but we felt like the proposed non-reflective glass is the least obtrusive. It's consistent with the design in the clean lines with the design. It's not that substantial in the front. And we also have added that we want to put some planters. Sorry for my shaky hands. We're going to put some planters behind the glass here. And we'll get to something else about this elevation in a second here. It is proposing a railing cap with a thin anodized bronze, which complements the window frames. It does provide a windbreak for them, and they have a little bit of a concern about their grandkids climbing something like the cable railings, that sort of thing. And they also like how it looked on some of the examples that they were looking at. That inspired sort of some of these revisions that we brought the last time. On our materials board, it is called out as a non-reflective glass, and the planters are also called out there. And if we can, I think maybe just keep with the renderings here. Maybe go down one. That's perfect. Restudy glass, sliding glass doors on east front elevation to minimize light wash and increase privacy. We have introduced some wood panels, which in this view, they're shown as closed. They're sort of wood grill sliding panels that can slide back and forth. And then again, the planter boxes are there to help with privacy and screening. And then we also have a proposed new tree here to help screen that front elevation from the street and from across the street. And also the roof overhang will help mitigate some of the reflectivity. And speaking of the roof overhang, that was your sixth comment. We did consider it, but David, if you go to sheets, I think it's going to be PDF page 8. I think sheet 7, 8, 9, but on the PDF, it's go down a couple. Well, there's a good example. On the second floor in the back, we're proposing quite a few clear story windows to maintain that privacy to the north and south. So we'd like to retain that overhang in order to provide shade and help with glare. And we also feel that the overhang balances the house. We did consider it, but for now we've kept it where it was. And again, it's very similar to some of the examples that we liked and that you guys liked. Restudy width of entry gate. We've reduced the width of the entry gate to 16 feet. Probably maybe go to L, go down to the L sheets at the bottom. Keep going. Hey, that's a good one. Once it focuses in there. We reduced the gate from, I think it was 21 feet to 16 feet. And going to your next comment, considering reducing the width of the driveway at the entrance and replacing with the additional landscaping, we did do that. And it's portrayed there on this landscape sheet. So that was addressing your comments. If maybe go up to the material board and just show that we have our material board. It's up a couple pages, sorry. Right there, yep. We haven't really changed anything. I think we have LRV listed on there that's below the threshold that you guys like to maintain. The planter is up here. The gates on the trash enclosure that are in the driveway are going to be similar to the planter finish. So we have our materials here, colors. This is the light fixture that would be mounted on the side of the house. I think just one or two on the side of the house on the north side. And on Chris's plans, the landscape plans, we have the landscape lighting fixtures around there as well. I don't know if there's anything you want to add about landscape, Chris, or I think we just kind of.
No, not really. Yeah, I think the plan didn't really change much from what you'd seen last time, other than really shrinking down that gate. And so additional landscaping across the front otherwise, and the addition of that, the new olive tree. Otherwise, it was pretty much the same as you had seen last time.
And the planters.
Can you show us the 3 true lights, please?
If we can scroll down, I think it would be down a sheet or two.
Okay, then let me continue. Thank you.
And this is the old plan. So the set that we completed but didn't make it in here. Oh, good.
No, they're there.
Yeah.
Yeah. This was updated.
Yeah, there were 3 in each of those avocados in back, I think. Now we're down to 1 each.
So you have 2 in the back and 1 in the front, correct?
I believe there's 1 in the front there. There might be 3 in the front.
3 olives?
Well, there's 3 olives. But I think it's no more than 1 per tree, if I recall.
So the answer is there's 1 in the front and there's 2 in the back.
Yeah,
Hanging lights,
Okay.
okay?
we have a history.
Anything else that you wanted to present, or are you guys done, please?
I mean, we really accepted your comments from the last time and that you were in generally happy with the mass bulk and scale and addressed your comments, but Martha does want to chime in.
I wanted to say how nice it is to meet you all in person. And it's actually feels so much better to be here in front of you. And thank you for all your help. We feel that we have a much better project because of all of your comments. And we're hoping that we can move it forward. Thank you.
Okay, we are on for preliminary today. Questions, Dave?
Could you tell me where the light is in the front? It's in the tree. Yeah. I believe it's overhanging this entry walk in one of these olive trees somewhere here in lieu of a path light. Thanks.
Is that it? Claire, please, questions. Elida, please. Bill, please, questions.
Chris, is the spa is out of the setback, rear setback? Is it 10-foot rear? Or should it be 10 feet?
I believe it's 10 feet.
Kimberly, do you know what the setback is?
Rear yard setbacks are 25 feet. However, detached accessory structures like spas can be in the rear yard.
That's it. Yeah.
It can be up to 5 feet. And your roof, the outline there, I see the footprint, the roof overhang is like 2 feet on the east and west sides. Is that right, Martha? 3 feet. So I guess we can go 3 feet. All right, that was all. Thank you.
Robert, please, questions.
Is all the roof water, stormwater, et cetera, just drained to the street? It looks like the whole lot is, covered and impermeable. Is that the existing condition? Does this make it any worse?
Actually, most of it goes towards the back, and the coloring here is kind of strange, but on either side of the structure, those are gravel walkways where it looks gray or blue. So the downspouts on basically the front half of the property, just daylight into those areas, and then from halfway to the back, they're collected and dispersed into that planter area, into riprap. So it's basically the same type of drainage pattern that's existing. There's no major grading happening here.
It's tier 1. stormwater plan that gets reviewed by Project Clean Water.
Other questions? Okay. I have no questions. There was 3 separate things about comments in our file. One was supportive. Then there was another file, which I think we saw last time, that was supportive. There's 6 separate people that expressed support. And then there was one that was very concerned. It was this letter right here. This person lives directly behind the property. And David, can you start with the photograph, please?
They live to the south.
To the south?
That one,
to the west,
Lieberman and Kelly,
not to the west?
they're to the south, and those are the folks I talked with Monday night.
Okay, well, this is what, and then the next one, please.
And that's what we've revised from those. Okay.
And then I'll read, well, all I have is
I'm
what
good.
I have.
Yep.
Okay, so then can we see the next one? So these obviously were put up. 3 months ago now, 6 months?
Oh, those were like last year.
Yeah. Okay, so, and then the letter, please. Okay. So we live at 631 Orchard and have for the last 10 years. While we think that this updated design of the home is nice, our main concern rests on how it will tower over our property, interfering with our privacy, blocking our mountain view, creating shadows as well as noise from the AC and roof activity. As you can see from the photos attached, the story poles really upset not only us, but the neighbors behind the property as well. While we are not having an architect review the plans to see if there will be windows facing our property and confirm the height and length of the project, we wanted to ask if it was possible to put up new story poles that the board can see, especially from our yard and from a view. And then it's on Lori and Joseph Kelly. Well, Lori Lieberman and Joseph Kelly. So that's one. Is there anyone else that would like to address the board on item number 635 Orchard, please?
I think you should have a speaker slip on the dais.
They show up out of nowhere. Deidre, is that what it is?
It's Deirdre.
Deirdre.
Yes, and I live 2 houses up from Chris and
And it
Ed
says
Amos.
that you support the project.
I support it, but I would like to address the story pole issue because when they went up last year, for the first and only time, as far as I know, I went out on my back steps and could see the little flags flying. And I thought, oh, that's interesting. It's nowhere near as high as I thought it would be. I live next door to a 2-story house and across the street from a 2-story house. The house next door to me is higher than the original story poles on the Amos house. I have no feeling of loss of privacy at all. And the mountain view, it's the way it's situated on our street. If this is the street, the mountains are like this. So it really depends on where the trees are in everybody else's yard as to whether you have a mountain view or not. And as far as I know, nobody owns a view. But they are great neighbors. And I like 2-story houses. I wish mine was, but it isn't. And I like a mix of architecture, even though I'm a New England person, so I love colonials and Cape Cods. I like the idea of a contemporary house on our street. We have a house at the end of the street that's 3 stories, looks like it belongs in New Mexico, but it's fine. You know, it makes it a little different. Just a small street. You're welcome.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to address the board on item number 635 Orchard, please?
I see that Ms. Lieberman is online. Ms. Lieberman, did you wish to speak on this item?
We already read your letter, so I would want it to be very brief if you chose to take that opportunity. Yes, no?
Yeah, looks like she has her hand raised. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Lori, I think you're on.
Oh, hi. Sorry. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Oh, good. I'll make it brief, but we were really pleased to talk to Steve about the changes that were made. And, of course, it is what it is, but I think it'll be great. And since we spoke, we are in support of the project.
Very good, thank you. Is that it? Lori? Is that it?
Yeah, that's it for me.
Thank you. Okay, anybody else, please? 635 Orchard.
I think that's it.
Okay, so I'm gonna close public comment. They are on for preliminary today. Comments, please, Dave.
Yeah, I want to commend the applicants for working with the board and really responding to our concerns and the neighbors' concerns. Okay, how's this? Better? Okay. Yeah, and so I think the changes that you've made since the last meeting, reducing the driveway gate, pulling back that balcony, adding the planters to the second floor, and all further steps in the right direction. And based on making those changes and what you've done, I can support the project.
Claire, please, comments.
I agree with Mr. Vendro. I think thank you for responding to all the comments that we gave you. And I think obviously, I'm sure you're happy because I think you've got a nicer house than you had in the beginning. And yeah, and I am fully supportive of the project.
Comments, Elida.
I too agree with Claire and Dave. Thank you for taking note and making changes. I love this. If you hadn't done anything, I love this from the get-go. So it is. It's a lovely design and a wonderful project. Congratulations.
Bill, comments, please.
Yeah, I appreciate all the changes you've added to this, and it's nice looking architecture, well done, landscape as well. And thank you, Steve, for working with the neighbor. Yeah, I can certainly give it preliminary approval.
And Robert, please.
I like the project. I think for one of the smallest lots in Montecito, it's a great solution. And like the architecture and the materials and the contemporary works here, because the flat roofs kind of reduce the massing. So again, I support it.
I also like the house, but I want to share something with the board, some struggles that I've been having about some of the projects that we are reviewing. If we're so concerned about streetlights, what the heck are we doing approving large expanses of glass? That it's impossible not to have that light spray out over the neighborhood. Now, I like this house, don't get me wrong. And it's certainly all within the legality of this and that, but if we're trying to maintain and preserve those semi-rural low intensity, I look at that, and this is not the only house that we have or have had over the last several years with comparatively large expanses of glass. This glass is what, 5 feet, 10 feet from the property line. You know, it's going to have the lantern effect that we have been desperately trying to keep down with all of the tree lights, etc. Now, it is a different animal, but it isn't to the tree lights. So I don't know what to do about that. I don't know if we want to have a discussion about this at the board at some future point. I don't know if we want to rethink the amount of tree lights that we're permitting, but it seems to me that at a fairly rudimentary raw level, we have two extremely contradictory and diametrically opposed policies about amount of glass and restriction of landscape light. So having said, and you're the whipping boy, okay? That doesn't mean I don't like your house. But this, you're not the only one in the queue, and you will not be the last one ever, right? So this is like an ongoing policy statement, like LRV of 84, right? Or FAR of 110. So it looks to me like you want to comment again.
Yeah, I do want to comment again, okay? Because this is a conversation, as you just said, that is not about this house, it's about in general.
That's
and
correct.
I think that I don't think we should be talking about this conversation when it comes to this house. We've already, we've all said that we're happy with the, you know, that's a policy thing. And if we want to change the policy, then we need to have a meeting in which we can actually talk about that.
And
not tag it to this particular project.
And that's what I was like introducing. I
Yeah.
don't know if the board wants to go ahead and have that, but I think that we need to be,
Yeah, I think I mean. Yeah,
okay,
I
so,
think- Yeah, I think we can schedule it with the planner or whoever does this thing and.
okay, so I heard general support for this project,
I'll make
and
a motion for preliminary
as submitted.
as submitted with the applicant to return at consent.
I'll second that.
Final on consent.
Final on consent.
Is there any further discussion, please?
Just to your point, John, I think they've actually made somewhat of an effort to try and help that in terms of their screening.
Yeah, because they put.
They
the-
did.
I'm not saying that they didn't.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that this is an example, and I'm not trying to beat them up.
Yeah.
It's an example, but I think, okay, so we have a motion for preliminary approval, final on consent. All those in favor, please? Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please. Motion carries. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Okay, item number 7. Biltmore, 1260 Channel Drive. I don't know who all's here. Ken, is that you? Okay. So we are on for preliminary and final. The comments were several MVAR members expressed concerns with the rigidity and formality of the design. 2, restudy pathway layout. Consider emulating pathways located within other areas of the site. Restudy and refine the details of the patio off the La Marina room. Provide photos of existing site walls, gates, and doors within window configuration. I'm not sure what that sentence means. Continue to work with the, I tried to correct that, but I missed it. Continue to work with the architectural historian to retain the historic elements and character. So Ken, preliminary final, the drawings I got today, there were like 6 sheets. Is that all we have?
That's right.
Okay,
Yeah.
good.
My name Ken Minot with Appleton Partners, Steve Aldana with Appleton Partners, and Alex Cole with Preservation Planning, correct? Yeah. Okay. Can we go to the rendering? I think that was. Oh, there you go. Okay. So what we're talking about today here is the dining patio in front of the La Marina restaurant. And then there's off to the left-hand side, there's a little terrace that we've put in that's off of one of the dining rooms there. And so Alex is here. The last time we didn't have the benefit of having her here. And there were a number of comments that we went through with HLAC that talked about the curving paths and a number of those things. And so it was a little mischaracterized there, and we talked about that. And so I kind of mentioned that Alex would come this time around and she could kind of address some of that. So Alex, what we wanted to do is go back and look at the historic photos of the Biltmore itself, talk about the pathways as they stand today versus what they were back in the original time of the Biltmore itself, and then address some of the railings and some of the other comments that you have there. There is on page 2 or page 3. You can go to that page. There you go. We have a number of photographs that we've kind of included this time around. If you could zoom into 1 and 2, and then there's 3 and 4 there, if you kind of zoom into that area. So 1 and 2 really kind of addresses the idea of curvilinear paths and straight paths. And of course, the hotel itself, as you can see in the black and white photo there, the path right in front was straight. Many of the historic preservation projects that we get involved with, the pathways are straight. It's the connection between 2 points. As many of us who are a little bit older here, over time, we look back at our projects from 20, 30, 40 years ago, and we go, gee, what were we thinking then? And I think some of these curvilinear paths that are, especially on the backside of the property, were a little overly exuberant, and we'd like to go back to what was historically there. And of course, there's other paths on the site that are straight paths. This is a very axial project, and you can see those in those examples. And then in terms of the railings, we have the railings there for 3 and 4. That's the railing that exists on the site. What we did to minimize the railing is we raised the grade 6 inches so that the terrace itself, we could go back to the rendering. Yeah. Sure. Oh, okay. Can you go back to photo 1? Alex wants to talk about the historic door. Go ahead.
Yes. One of the things that's, thank you. One of the things that's coming up for discussion today is adding those 2 doors to the existing historic window. And this was to show in number 1 that they have already had done that in that historic photo up in the upper left. That was part of the original patio, and those doors in the windows went from one part of the patio into another area of the hotel. And so I just wanted to show that there was historic precedence for our wanting to make that change. Thank you.
And as long as we're here, maybe you could just screen up on this page, David. Just go to the top of the page, the other way, sorry. Yeah, these walls here, you'd asked us to bring some pictures of those walls, and I think they're at the bottom, aren't they, Steve? Yeah, so how did those walls match in with what's on site? And now if you scroll down to the bottom of the page, we included some photos of the existing walls that are there. You can see at the front entry gate there. So Alex, do you want to talk about those walls or gates or anything?
I don't think we need to, no.
Yeah.
Because I was dealing much more with the actual south wall of building A1. When I did a historic study, when Mr. Warner bought the property in 2000, I did a historic study on the Biltmore and found that the 4 main buildings of the Biltmore, I could call them landmark eligible because of their architect Reginald Johnson and because of their architectural style. And the architectural style was very interesting because Reginald Johnson was saying, I'm not making a Spanish colonial revival project. What I'm doing is this is a residential neighborhood. And what I'm trying to do is combining being residential and modern. And I put in some of the Spanish elements, such as red tile roofs and occasional corbels. But it was just a very interesting, he wanted to make that point when he was quoted around the time he built this. He wasn't trying to do a straight Spanish building, but what he would call a modern building with Spanish elements.
And then, so if we could go back to the rendering. So to address the handrail that's around that little terrace that comes off of the on the left-hand side of the photo, what we did there is we raised the grade so that we're less than 30 inches above the ground. So the handrail went from being 42 inches high as a guardrail down to a 36-inch high handrail. That's similar to all the other handrails there. We could make the pickets further apart, so it's much less visible and it's meant to go away because the architecture behind it is so strong. And of course, we put some plants on that rail, so I think we've diminished the impact of that. And going to item number 5, continue to work with your architectural historian. In this particular case, we started with Alex right from the beginning. We came with it, what we felt was a strong project. There was a number of comments that we talked about with HLAC. And then, of course, there's a number of comments that you guys have had. And so we felt like we have a strong project here. We'd like your support on this. Thank you.
Are you done then?
I would like to just make one comment, is that Marriott Hotel bought this building in 1976 and made a number of major changes, of which, see that central part with all the windows? That was an open patio, and what they did was enclose that, not only glass walls, but also a glass ceiling. And then at the same time, if you look over on the far right, in that window was when they put a paired door to go out through that window onto the deck. And so my point when I was looking at that was that this and no historian, that was before historians were told to evaluate. So no historian looked at those changes. They were just passed by the County Board of Supervisors and off they went. But so my point is that this, even though the building was a landmark, this south elevation has had a number of changes. And so we're not trying to do major things to it. But on the other hand, I felt that these changes from 1982 at least gave the latitude to think about changes.
Okay. And now are you done? Okay, I have a quick question. For final, we need details. I did not see any. Is that because they were not included? Or is it that I couldn't find them, please?
I guess we just use the examples of what's on site, but we didn't include details. No.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Okay, questions, Elida?
Last time we were together, there was a lot of discussion about terracing the outside dining area.
Up closer to the mic, please. Thank you.
Last time we spoke about the outdoor part of it, and one was terrace and stepped down. Has that been changed? There was all sorts of discussion about that the last time.
No, the idea is that from the restaurant to the next level you're looking over like stadium seating, like you would at a theater. And so that's a major part of the concept. We wouldn't want to change that.
That's it for me. Thank you.
David, or excuse me, Dave.
Can you point to the photo you're using to justify keeping the map straight? I heard what you
Sure.
said, but I didn't see a photo.
Okay. It's on, yeah, just zoom into that black and white photo. Yeah, there it is. Let's see where number 2 is. Yeah.
They're also on our color materials board. That's probably a better.
I guess I'd like to see it. It's kind of hard to see.
Do you want this? Right there, just zoom in, zoom in.
I can do that.
Right there, yeah, lower right-hand corner. Right there, right-hand side, right there.
I see it now. Thank you. That's my question.
Robert. Questions?
Is the intent for more dining tables for brunch or breakfast, and what is the increase in occupancy, I guess, of that patio?
It's the same number as before. It's just they've been lowered and staggered from each other. Before, everyone was at one level. You came out of the dining room, everyone went down to the lower level, and you're all on one level plane. We've now stepped it down and staggered it, and we've made pockets of planting in between the tables, so there's much more privacy in between the different tables.
Got it. Thank you.
Is that it? Claire, please, questions. Bill, please.
Dave, could you go to the site plan that shows the new there? The question I had was, you're doing the windscreens glass, which are there now. And are you putting them on 2 levels? Like, it looked like you had them on the upper level and then you step down a level and you have them on the bottom too. So
Yeah,
can you zoom into the new plan, not that drawing?
the last time we were here, we only had it at the perimeter. And Tip actually mentioned that maybe we needed another layer. Yes.
Zoom into that floor plan.
Yeah, here I can point it out. Originally, we just had it here around the perimeter, right from here to here.
So, okay.
And then Tip mentioned, well, maybe you need it at this level here,
As
just
well.
in case.
So
We showed it in our rendering and we drew it on here.
does
as
it
a
turn the
second one.
corner and go back up too, or not?
It's right here.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then.
But here it turns the corner
Oh, okay.
to there. Yeah.
And
So
there's-
we added that based on Tip's comment, which I thought was a good thing to, as a secondary measure. We prefer not to have 2 layers, but it is cold there and it does get kind of gray and overcast.
And there are gate, you have that center court walkway there. Yeah. Are there gates with the glass on that too?
No, they're left open. I mean,
Okay, so
it's
that's
meant
just
to,
wide open there.
yeah,
Okay.
it's meant to block the wind in a general way, if you will.
Okay.
Is that it?
All right, that's it. Thank you.
And I have no questions. Public comments, item number 7, 1260 Channel Drive. Is there anyone that would like to address the board, please?
We have no requests to speak on this item.
Okay, we are on for preliminary final. I'm going to jump in, which I don't normally do. I do not believe this is ready for final. We'll see what the other members feel about preliminary. Back in the same order, Dave, please.
Yeah, I think you've responded to our questions. I like the detailing of that railing around that second patio, much better now that it's low. I think you provided justification for the straight paths, and so I can support the project for preliminary approval.
Claire, please.
I can support it at this point for preliminary and only because there doesn't seem to be enough to give it. And we don't have enough information to give it final, so.
But you're okay with the project as it is?
Yes, yes, I am.
Elida, please.
I would imagine that rendering is going to end up in a frame in somebody's office. Beautiful rendering. I definitely support this project. It's Montecito. It's old, historic Montecito, and it's just lovely.
Bill, please. Question, comment, please.
Yeah, I can submit for preliminary approval and come back for final and consent with details, I guess. That would be my.
Robert, please.
I agree with Bill, and yeah, the devil is in the details and those railings and whatnot. We need to see the detailing specifically of all the elements. But yes, preliminary for sure.
I'm okay with preliminary. Now for final, there's a 99% chance it's going to be clear and line. And I need to see brick patterns. I need to see railing details. I need to see step details, step light details, all of it. As if you got a huge something and you're gone for 5 years and no cell phone, right? And they'll get exactly what it is you want, please.
No worries.
Okay,
We'll
good.
provide those.
Full, right? Okay, so do I have a motion for preliminary, please?
So moved.
Is there a second,
I'll
please?
second that.
Any further discussion, please? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Dave is out on this next item.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, I missed, was this final before the full board or final on consent?
Excuse me, excuse me.
Final on consent.
Final on consent. Thank you.
Okay, I don't see an applicant. Is there somebody online, please? 2662 Sycamore Canyon Road. Is there anybody online for that, please? Haley, maybe?
Yes. Good afternoon, and I am joined today by our project architects. Guadalupe, if you want to introduce yourself.
Yeah, sure. Hello, everybody. I'm Guadalupe Gonzalez, project manager, and I'm here with David Pascu, partner at Abramson Architects. We also have on this call Jeff, our landscape architect.
Hi, everyone. This is Jeff DiGirolamo from Surface Design. I'm the landscape architect.
Okay, so we take in consideration our comments. I just wanted to mention briefly that we have all our approvals ready and our comments have been taken care of from our initial feedback letter. I could briefly discuss the scope. Can we go to the site plan, please?
You know,
Yes.
Compadre here pointed out the fact that I did not read the comments from the last meeting, so I apologize. Let me do that now. Nice architecture, majority of project acceptable. 2 MBAR members expressed concerns regarding rooftop terrace above the cabana. Consider eliminating terrace or replace with a green roof. Now that I've done with that, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. If you want, we can jump directly into the cabana, but I will briefly describe the full scope. We are proposing an addition of the second level. We are also proposing a pool cabana and a new lap pool with a shade structure. We also have a new shade structure to the main house. And we have our existing guest house that we converted into an ADU. If you want, we can jump to page 12. And we have the floor plan. Yes, thank you. Of the cabana. So on the right, we took in consideration our comments. So we are relocating the seating area and the fire pit on the lower level to avoid any future possible disturbances to the neighbors. On the right, we see the roof floor plan, and you see with the hatch, I highlighted the square footage of the proposed landscape area, that is 465, and then the square footage of the deck area, that is 284. So we are proposing to have most of that area covered with vegetation. We can jump into page 17. Please. So here, just to give a little bit more context, we provided a few more sections for the cabana. And I would like to especially highlight in the bottom sections, number 1 and 2, the relationship between the main house and the level of that rooftop. It's accessible, it's a terrace, it's a planted green roof, but the level of the deck, it's only 2 feet higher than the proposed level of the main house. Exactly, the existing level of the main house. Next page, please. So here, we added a couple new renderings. The lower 2, especially on the left, if you would like to zoom in a little bit. Thank you. So on the right one, you can see the view from the outdoor dining looking towards the cabana. So you see that relationship that we were talking about, the height. And on the left one, we see the relocated seating area and the fire pit in the lower level. and all the green roof on the rooftop. We also see here that we have some mature shrubs and protected oaks that they serve as privacy and as a screen between this property and the neighbor. And Jeff did a good work, and we don't have much space, but where we had any potential place to plant any additional mature tree that it would serve as planting, we incorporated those into our project. And Jeff, if you would like to talk about those, you can jump into the landscape pages.
Yeah, just in response to the cabana issues, I did want to mention that one of the comments in the last meeting was that the board wanted us to ensure that there was proper screening in the back. After going back to the site and reviewing the survey, as you mentioned, Guadalupe, we found few opportunities to plant new trees back there because most of the vegetation between the rear yard neighbor and the cabana is already completely full with some mature oak trees, which are evergreen, provide excellent screening. We were able to shoehorn in an additional oak tree between the main house and the cabana. So we did want to make sure that that comment was addressed. And as you mentioned, the planting on top of the cabana is going to be fire department compliant succulents, which suit our roof structure quite well, just because we're trying to minimize soil loads on the roof of the cabana.
Jeff, just to chime in, is there another slide that would be helpful in showing these improvements? Or another sheet that we could go to?
Yeah, I think it's page 20 where we show the proposed screening trees, the new ones.
So your files are split up into 3 files, so you'll have to work with me on that.
Yeah, there we go. If we zoom in next to the cabana, we are showing the location of those new trees.
Thank you.
So you can see that new, the trees in the survey, which are in this drawing, aren't accurate in terms of their canopy width. But you can see the one area we were able to add a new tree is that area, that large tree between the cabana and the vegetable garden, which are those long linear planting boxes to the left of the tree.
So besides from these cabana improvements, the project remains the same. We didn't alter any material or the design in any other part of the site.
So are you done then, please?
Yes.
Okay, questions, Claire?
Question, no question.
Bill, please.
Was there any neighbor opposition?
No.
No. Okay, that's all.
Just me. Just me. Elida?
My complaint about this project, it's a beautiful garden, but was this rooftop on top of the cabana? Is
So
this?
we're in question.
Yeah, I am.
Okay.
Getting to it. So is this sheet that we're looking at now, as I understand it, you have increased the depth of the planters and increase the amount of plant material that's going to go in. Is this now indicative of what you're planning for the rooftop garden?
It was really hard to hear that.
Can I try answering that? I'm sure I know what your answer is. The rooftop garden has been decreased in size to such an extent that they believe that this will not have an effect on the neighbor. They have removed elements up there that could be used to establish a party space. The fire pit, is that what it's called, and barbecue? They've taken it off of that and put it down in front of the cabana so that the activity center will be down in the front. And the fire department is not permitting them to have any kind of leafy, branchy, fire or something. So they're putting in only succulents on the top, which allows them to have a minor amount of soil, minor amount of weight, and fire resistance. Did that answer your question?
Well, begs another question. So is the proposed use of this space, chairs and cocktail tables, and is it still going to be a gathering? Is it going to be used for a gathering spot?
It's maybe a place where, two people could sit up there in chairs and have a small, like a coffee table.
Okay, no other questions. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Robert, you did not get to see the site. Do you know where this is? Okay, it's on
No.
Sycamore, but up a very long driveway up on top of a hill, and their backyard is the backyard of a house that's on
Arcady.
Arcady, exactly.
Yeah, I know where this is.
Okay,
Yeah.
and the concern that I had was the proximity to that backyard in Arcady. But questions, please.
Well, I'm not quite, sure, but I'm curious, how far above grade is this quote rooftop that you could possibly put a couple people and a table or whatnot up there? That's it. It's the same as the house floor.
It's 2 feet higher. The grade varies around it. That's why we incorporated a few sections to clarify that. And I know it has an impact when we say green terrace and green roof, but we are truly mindful of not having, even, for our clients, we don't want to disturb the privacy of anybody. So if you want to go back to our sections.
Well, the
That's
elevation.
what I'm asking is it really that much different than a patio or a terrace?
Right.
Oh, exactly.
Yeah,
not really.
Not really.
Okay.
No.
And I have no questions. Public comment, is there anybody that would like to address the board on item number 8, 2662 Sycamore Canyon Road, please?
No request for this item.
Okay, so back to the board for comments. We are on for preliminary. Claire.
I don't have it. I know, I'm just thinking,
Into the mic, please.
I don't have any comments at this point.
Okay, Bill, please.
Yeah, I went out to the site after you'd all seen it, and I'm fine with the adjustments that they've made to that rooftop deck. I know that was my concern as well. And I think they've reduced it down to a point where it's going to be much less, hang out and informal, kind of a very small gathering space. Now, I suppose if the plants die and if the gravel up there, then all bets are off. But at this point where it's laid out with planting, I would be okay to approve it for preliminary as it is.
A lighter, please. Comments.
I can support this preliminary.
Robert, please. If you want to abstain or something because you're new, but if you'd like to vote, you of course want to vote.
It looks highly developed, but without a deeper understanding, I probably should abstain.
Okay. And I appreciate your response to that comment. I felt that it was a potential sore point for the next long period of time. Buildings last a long time these days. But I think you guys have got it. You took out the party elements required pit and barbecue. So I also can support this project at the preliminary level. So yes. ma'am. Sir, Jeff, are you the landscape architect?
Yes,
And did you provide us a landscape plan with the plant list and things of that nature?
yes, we did. We have not identified every plant on the site, but we've provided a plant palette and we've located all the existing and new trees.
Can you guide us to which drawing addresses that, please?
Did Guadalupe, did that get submitted with the set?
I think that we submitted that one yet. We do have it, but we didn't submit it.
Okay, thank you.
For sure, we will do that next time.
We will have a very highly developed, detailed landscape plan for final.
Okay, very good. So, and where do members believe this ought to go next? It's a fairly big project. Do we want to do it at the full board for final, or do we want to try to take this on down the consent?
Well, that's kind of that's what we were whispering over here.
Yeah, so do we, come back
I
to full
think
board
this should come
review?
up with back to full board.
Yeah, they're promising tree screening on that side, and I don't see that, that's.
Okay, so it sounds to me like the board is ready to give a preliminary approval of it to return to the full board for final. So is there somebody that would like to make that motion or other motion, please?
I'll make a motion to grant preliminary approval as submitted, for them to return to the full board for final review. With the landscape and details and all the things that you need for final approval.
Is there a second, please?
I'll second.
Before we end, my fellow board member, Bill, loves to detail, is extremely good at detailing, is particular about the drawings that he approves in terms of being complete, well thought out, consistent. My friend over here, Claire, loves complete landscape plans. Please do not be shy. If you want to be sure, add more details. So that's just, or we'll continue. We're not shy about continuing.
I think the mantra, John, is you gotta build it, so we need to have the drawing.
We need to know what's going to happen so that the contractor knows. Okay, I do have a motion on the floor. Is there, it's all been seconded. All those in favor, please?
Aye.
Aye, all those opposed. Carried unanimously. Okay, so I brought up a concern earlier. Does the board want to address that, or do we want to just kind of let that idea go by the wayside? The lighting, big glass houses, please.
We can.
Thank you, Chair Watson and members of the board. We appreciate your time today, and we will see you next time. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks.
Okay, well, I don't think we can talk about it without it being agenda.
Yeah, that's where that's why we're going. I mean, I think that either we decide that we're gonna.
Okay, so. Right. Right, okay, so it seems to me that we could do this discussion at the beginning of a meeting where we're holding everyone else up. Or we could do it at the end of the meeting where if people wanted to join us, they can, but we're not holding up projects. So I think that, David, can you, I don't know if we always have 8 items, but we're now at 4:30. I thought we were gonna go to 5:30. So, none of us want to stay here really late, but I think it's a critical issue. Do you have any comment about the number of projects in the queue, please?
I'm not sure what you mean by that. So it is typical that, so you have a hard cap of 9, which I, in this particular, for this particular agenda, we did have some items drop off, and that's why we ended up with 8. So there
we're
was
still
more
full.
scheduled for
We're
this.
still full in terms of the pipeline.
Yeah, it's pretty steady. But if you wanted to reserve some time on a future agenda, I can make sure that we have enough room for it, and then we can just.
Into the mic, please.
Make a suggestion that if we do have site visits, but not be on the same morning as a site visit, so that we're morning and then we're staying later for that discussion.
That's fine.
No. She's saying if we're gonna have this big house, big glass, don't do it on a day we have a site. Because it's gonna start at 9, and it's gonna go to 6 or 6:30. So David, maybe you and I can work on it. Okay, we actually do have one item of business before we adjourn. The term table obviously was misunderstood. We are required, I think, by law to have a motion because it was on for, was it on for preliminary? No, it was on for concept. So I guess we're good. We can just leave sleeping dogs lie. Correct? No motion.
So this is for back to item number 3,
No, this is for Ashley Road, William Hefner,
item number 3.
item number 3. So we don't.
So do we just, yeah, you know, they're just continued to.
So I think that, yeah, I think that there was a general I mean, I understood what you meant because we do that all the time at planning commission. But no, I don't think the applicant understood that. I think the planner didn't understand that. So I think that they left with, not with the expectation they would return with an answer today.
The same day, yeah.
Yeah, but we have to be careful about the agenda, but yeah, we're in, agendized items, but.
General topic. I think that before you or we move forward with this idea of talking about glass and all of that, that should be right. We should talk with somebody with a plan about my understanding, we don't deal with light coming from the inside of the house. We only deal with landscape lighting, lighting from the outside. Find those two is kind of that kind of gets into land use
And that's why we're gonna have a big meeting about it and.
Okay, that's fine. I'm just pointing out, but I think before we need to schedule, we need to check with.
I agree.
Somebody up the road.
I agree. Okay, anything else quickly? Motion for adjournment, please.
I move to adjourn today's meeting.
Is there a second, please? Any discussion?
No,
All those in
thank you,
favor?
John. Good job.
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you all. Excellent.